All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Inside Post. We have a live event for Keeneland, Friday, October 10th. We thought, why not turn up? Let's go live for our Friday card here at Keeneland. So, if you've joined in on the show previously, you know how we do it. It's been a while since we've ran a live. So, again, we'll give you a top pick, a couple long shots, and a next up contender for each race on the card. We'll try to stretch this out and see if we can make it to the Grade 2 Sycamore, the highlight of the card on race 9. But other than that, we're going to dive into each race and kind of watch each one, kind of a live feature from Keeneland as we kind of look through the past performances and kind of make a selection on who we're taking. So, starting things off, we have race 1. 6 furlong sprint in here for a 3-year-old in an allowance race. Right now we got number 1, Busk, 4-5 on the morning line, or currently on the line. Manuel Chavez, Rod Ortiz. I'm going to guess this is Ortiz money kind of being put in on this horse. Yes, the horse hasn't really done anything wrong. If you look back, string of wins goes all the way back to like March. Just fabulous record, and then kind of comes into Churchill Downs and gets beat by another horse that's in here in Shape Note, who has a little bit better value right now at 3-1 for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione. So, I don't know. This horse probably would have had Brian Hernandez aboard, but since he's been injured, Tyler Gaffalione gets the call, and I think this one has a really good shot in here as well. If you look, both comparable on speed figures for sure. Could be a 2-horse race coming in between the 1 and the 5. The other one to kind of take interest in right now, 5-2. This one was the morning line favorite and Turn Up the Trees for David Jacobson and Jose Ortiz. Tyler Gaffalione was on this horse, gets off to ride Shape Note. So very interesting here that we get Jose taking the mount back from Tyler. So, Turn Up the Trees, heavily bet in the past 2, was both time odds-on favorite, I believe, in an allowance and then an optional claimer, where he did win that allowance race again over Turn Up the Trees and Busk. So these 3 horses that are kind of getting money right now, or kind of taking the majority of the money, have all raced against each other, and it's kind of just been back and forth. Busk has beat out Shape Note, and Turn Up the Trees previously, again, back in June. So they are very familiar with each other for this type of race yet again. Looks like all of them could be early speeds. In here, I don't see a whole lot of off-the-pace threat. Number 3 and number 4 are going to try to go early. I just don't think they're going to have enough speed. Born Flawless did have Tyler aboard. Went here last time out and got off of it. So Tyler, obviously, maybe picking the better horse with number 5, Shape Note. Again, all 3 horses have had just phenomenal speed figures. They all look really great in the mornings. They're all pretty well lined up across the board in the same format. There's really nothing different besides number 6, Turn Up the Trees, going to get a jockey change. We'll get Jose aboard, like I said. Tyler Gaffalione choosing to ride Shape Note in here. So kind of interesting for that aspect of it. I mean, if you're looking at past performances, there's not a whole lot of difference between all 3 of these horses, obviously. So right now, the value probably going to come in on the 5 or even the 6 at 3-1, 5-2, kind of both of them right there. Bus just getting a lot of money put in right now, and I don't know if the rail is going to be the problem, or the inside post draw going to be the problem in here for Busk. So we're going to try one on the outside. Going to go with number 5, Shape Note for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione as our top pick. Other than that, maybe try something with Turn Up the Trees with an exacta 5-6 and try to beat out this big time favorite in here with the 1, who again I think is just taking money with the Irad Ortiz effect. So quite crazy for sure. Busk has been a hot horse. Outside that last one, just kind of broke out. That looked like to be his problem in there. Broke out 3 to 5 path and then just kind of ran on pretty well. Hasn't really changed up any type of distance, sticking to the 6 furlong. So, I mean, if he can get a good break, obviously Irad's going to help him out in the irons. I just don't know if I like the horse that much at 4 to 5. Five, again, shape note. I just think this one could have a little bit of an edge. Seems to, be able to get out early and to be a threat early who, needs the pace or wants to be on the pace. Even the 6 shows a little bit of trouble in his last race. Bumped at the start and then kind of came on gamely. Again, just kind of right there behind shape note. That's why I think these two horses in the 5 and the 6 kind of are the choices to go for right now, just because of the value piece on a lot of this. These 3 horses that just look kind of phenomenal, or pretty much across the board all the same. What's up, James? Welcome back in, man. I will say, yesterday the Ortiz brothers tore up Keeneland. I think Jose ended up finishing with 3 wins. Irad maybe had 1 or 2. Just phenomenal racing by those 2 jockeys yesterday. We'll see if one or the other can pick up where they left off. Obviously, betting-wise, the edge in here looks to be going to Irad. I just think Jose could be a sneaky price, and then maybe Tyler Gaffleone could get on the board or get things going for his jockey standings for sure. He's just kind of been a little bit of, I don't know, I feel like he's been cold recently. So we'll see if he can turn things around today. Big money going in the early pick 5 pool. Almost 200,000. If anybody's playing the pick 5, good luck. Definitely an interesting story behind it if you are watching the stream itself or listening to the stream itself. Just them talking about the trainer connections, being able to get Irad Ortiz on this horse. Obviously, they know what they have. I think they said they claimed it from Turfway Park, and the horse just fired, absolutely fired after that claim job, and then the horse has just been phenomenal. Will Irad send the horse? I mean, I feel like he almost has to send the horse out early, especially just because there's a ton of speed on his outside. Almost everybody to the outside has speed, especially once you get further out, the 5 and the 6 for sure. But even the 3 or the 4, could cause some problems for Bus getting out or Irad trying to get that lead. That was the problem last time, I believe. He broke in and then just kind of faltered at the start. So I think for him to have any type of chance, Irad's got to get him out and got to get him in a good spot. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of speed to his outside. Oops. There's not many closing type horses in here either. That's why I said if there was a closer, man, it kind of sets up perfectly. But there's really nobody that has a big close style. That's why I think if the 1 can get out and just sit off the pace, I think that's where that's where Irad's probably going to feel a little bit comfortable. Let the 5 and 6 or even the 3 kind of throw a wrench and go early. Let them duel out front. And then I think that's why it's probably going to set up nicely for Busk and Irad Ortiz if he doesn't have any problems at the gate. I mean, money's still holding on him. I mean, he's still 4-5, which is, I guess people are looking at, like I said, the Irad Ortiz effect for sure. And you're getting, a horse that came off of like 7 straight wins before the last outing. So I get it. That's more than likely what is happening on the 1 for sure. My biggest downside on taking this 5 horse, it's just Tyler Gaffalione, like I said, he's kind of been a little cold recently, so we'll see if this kind of picks him up. Like I said, he comes off of the 6 horse, he chooses the 5, but that kind of leaves the 6 open, and then Jose Ortiz gets the mount there. So obviously there's something that Tyler likes about the 5 for sure. Did beat out, Busk in the 6 last time. So we'll see if he chose right. Maybe he should have stayed on the 6. I could also see Tyler Gaffalione kind of sagging back a little bit. I think that horse should have a little bit of late kick if needed. If he lets the 2 Ortiz brothers and the 3 horse go out there and speed up on the end, I think that could help Tyler Gaffalione and, in his horse for sure. In shape note, I worry that, it's only 6 furlongs. He's kind of unfamiliar with the horse. He's not ridden him before. Does he know how much, I guess, late kick that this horse may have? He doesn't. I don't think he can go out and duel early on the lead with the likes of the 1 or the 3, but he may have to change up tactics. And maybe that's why Tyler is on the 5 rather than the 6. So should be approaching. We got about 0 minutes to post, so make sure you get your bets in, whatever app you are using. Like I said, we're going to try with Tyler Gaffalione here. He's been a little cold. The Ortiz brothers were extremely hot yesterday at Keeneland, so definitely going to try to beat them. Beat them in their aspect here. I don't know. They could easily run 1 and 2. 1-2 in this race to be kind of that brother tandem that's always tough to beat. See if we can get any value change. Hopefully the odds kind of stay the same. I like 3-1 right now on the 5. Everybody else looking pretty even on the board. The 1 still 4-5. The 6 2-1. Everybody else is big long shot. Happened yesterday in the first race. The long shot won. So if anybody's going to do it, the 3 I believe has some front end speed. 7 may try to close. Good luck. Yeah, absolute sin job by Irad there. Just what he needed. One went to even money. The 6 now 9-5 after the gate. Irad's got him set up. Looks to be pretty easy. Wow. We got the 1-5-4. Not sure what happened to the 6 there. Kind of faded really bad. Did not want any part of that speed, and then the 1 just absolute kicked away from everybody. Like I said, I figured Tyler would try something different. I think he just sat way too much off the pace, and the Ortiz brothers are just firing right now. So likely bet that one. That's why you get the Ortiz effect on the 1. Yeah, nobody was touching the 1. Yeah, Sam. That's why, like, they both go out and duel each other on the lead, and like, the 6 did not want any part of the speed. Like, I don't know why he didn't back off a little bit, but it's what happens, I guess, when you try to race with Big Brother. And the 1 even again broke out coming out of the gate. Looks like it just demolished the 3, but that's kind of what he had to do. Oh no, the 3 just took a bad step. He didn't come out really. Yeah. 1-5-4 to start the day. 1-1 even money. Well, can only go up from here. Probably a lot of folks had that singled up for their pick 5 ticket for sure. I mean, like I said, the Irad Ortiz effect. All right, we don't have past performances for Belmont, but while we kind of wait 20 minutes, I'm just going to go over to the Belmont stream. That way, if we got any Belmont at the Big A fans on the channel, we'll check out those horses as well and just kind of watch all kinds of racing for today. Small field, 5 horses, short prices for sure. It looks like a wide open field for sure. Belmont, race 1, Dylan Davis, always. I like it. Too short of a price. Dylan Davis usually does phenomenal when it's kind of a bigger price than 5-2. I'll try to check it out. The 2. Got about 4 minutes to post. I haven't done much at Belmont, or haven't done much with Belmont Aqueduct recently. Usually derby prep time, we kind of get on the Aqueduct. Other than that, kind of just not in our field of betting. Kind of like the 4 in here, Derek's Law. Anytime Jose Lascano and Linda Rice kind of hook up, it seems like they have really good runners. The speed looks a little bit off. Does come off a muddy track at Churchill Downs. Did go 8 furlongs. I think that's what they're running again. 8 furlongs. I'd say the Dutro horse, but his horses haven't been running very well either. The 2. Not much of a class drop. Daily double, all 7, Belmont. Nice, the 7. I'll have to look at the 7 in the next race. I mean, the 5's favored here. Just won last time, Saratoga. $30,000 level. The 6 is taking some money. $30,000 level. I think the 4 right now, I mean, ran in the $60,000 level. So coming in off a little bit of a class drop. However, the speed numbers look a little slower. It looks like it possibly was claimed. Yeah, claimed by Tom Amos. So Linda Rice first off the claim. See what she can do here with this number 4. So we'll try this 4 horse. I'm going to go check out the 7. James is giving us a tip on the 7. Nano Man. There he is. Dylan Davis just said it. John Kimmel. Nice big second place last time out. 6 furlongs, staying on the same. Are they on the turf? Firm. Okay. So we got firm turf conditions. That's a good one. 10-1. I just said it. Dylan Davis. That's like his price zone right there. 10-1. So we'll see if we can get that daily double. Going with all of them here to the 7 in race 2 for James. Good luck, dude. I mean, all these, yeah. I mean, easy all button in here. Everybody's taking money for sure.
Approach to the gate for race 1. Start the early pick 5.
I think I read that wrong. Yeah, there it is. Okay, 7. Did you play $1 on that daily double, James? Payout for just $1 daily double is pretty good. Need probably a good price. I mean, really, anybody but the 5 in here would help out. We'll see what happens. Pretty much
Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 1.
Take anybody but used to work with Derek Slaw. Ammo Spawn should appreciate the 1-turn mile for Linda. Yeah, I didn't. That's pretty cool, Sam. I wasn't sure, like, I tried to look up her stats first off the claim. I know sometimes she's on it. But yeah, the class is kind of the big question mark. Is this going to be a little much? But pretty wide open field for a small field.
And they're off. Derek's Law breaks very well in between horses, and Cocktails and Kringle is right there in the early mix with Magni down towards the inside. That's the top trio. Just off of them is Neon Bordeaux, and the Kriller is the gray. That's next.
Good start.
Set to come out of the chute at the moderate tempo. Early Derek's Law. Head in front, Cocktails and Kringle. Right to the outside to apply the pressure, and Magni is just behind them as well off the rail. Just in behind the battling duo as they work up the backstretch 23 and 4. Open quarter mile. The leader is Derek's Law. Jose Lescano up by a neck. Cocktails and Kringle. Right next door. Ricardo Santana Jr. Magni back now, shuffle back to last. Just got passed by the tandem of Nance up on the outside, the gray, and also Neon Bordeaux. Slackened off the pace and then let the back markers get into it. They work in the far turn.
Wide open. Wide open race.
47.54 for a half mile time. Derek's Law starts the sprint for home. Cocktails and Kringle has been there the entire journey. That early move here from Nance is ranging up 3 wide. Magni with nowhere to go right now. In behind horses, Neon Bordeaux is
So bottled up. Anybody's race.
They're tightly bunched and approaching a quarter mile left to go. Anyone's race. Derek's Law towards the inside. Cocktails and Kringle. Magni looking for a way out. Neon Bordeaux is trying to reach that same spot.
Nobody's moving.
They're still chasing Derek's Law. Cocktails and Kringle now cut loose. Cocktails and Kringle. There's a 2-pass scene here for Magni trying to muscle on through. Neon Bordeaux's got a cleaner path to run by. It is Derek's Law who's come right back and put a neck back in front. Was not done. Derek's Law, Neon Bordeaux lunging. 3 horses in line.
Wow.
No, give it to
Looked
Neon
like
Bordeaux.
2 on the outside, right?
Bordeaux over. Another photo. Derek's Law. Cocktails
Yeah.
and Kringle. 1 minute 37.37 seconds.
That's a good race for small field. Pretty sure it was the 2. Got up. Oh, yeah. Did he get the bob? Oh, yeah, he's down. Plenty of nose. Plenty of nose for the 2. Yeah, I mean, I think if the 4 could just pass the 5, then he could easily run away, but the 5 was on the outside. He just did not want any part of passing him. And then, unfortunately, the 2 just gets them both. I don't even know if the 4... Did the 4 even get second there? No, he didn't. That's crazy. The bob. So, unfortunate, but... All right, back to Keeneland. Remind me to go back to Belmont after Keeneland so we can check in on that daily double. Good price, 4-1 on the 2, so we'll take it. See if we can get that daily double home for James. All right, back to Keeneland. Another 6 furlong sprint. This one's for 2-year-olds. Claimers in here, non-winners, 2 lifetime. Another sprint race, so we're going to see a lot of speed, or we should see a lot of speed in here. 1, Cinnamon Sugar, there he is, Jose Ortiz. Probably not going to let brother get too many more wins, so he's going to have to step up here, see if he can kind of pick one up. Tyler Gaffleone takes the 2, Blazing Freedom for Brad Cox. Again, just both of them just struggling right now. Jockey and trainer just, not hitting. But Tyler was on this horse before, I believe, breaking the maiden. Ellis Park, 6 furlongs. Went pretty fast. A minute 12. That's kind of slow, actually. Seems to be the average, 6 furlongs. The 1 win, 6 furlongs, another minute 12. Number 3. Coming from Indy, 5 furlongs. Looks like off track. There for Front Runnin', who looks to be the one that's going to give us a little bit of speed on the inside with the 2. 4, Magic Seeker. Brittany Vandenberg. When did this horse break? Broke its maiden at Indy as well. $32,000 level, going 5 furlongs. Could be a pace player. 5, we get Luis Saez on Ashkenazi for Ed Keneally. He's kind of struggled since breaking the maiden, but does have... Took some money in those 2 bets. Beat out Cinnamon Sugar in that maiden race. We'll get Luis Saez aboard for the first time, so obviously, going to change up tactics there. Luis probably going to send the horse a little sooner. Does have some speed on the front end that could be dangerous. So we'll see if that kind of changes or plays into things here. 6, Sweet Espresso, big price. Eric Torres. Broke his maiden at the 15 level. Mountaineer. Looks to be one that's a little slow. 7 starts, only 1 win. Diamond and Dress, James Chapman, Christian Torres. Another one breaking the maiden at the 18. Pretty much heavy bet in that last race too. And number 8, John Enos, Sophie Doyle, Jamborson. Possibly comes out of a stakes race. Juvenile fillies, I believe, at Kentucky Downs. A little speed. Broke the maiden, though, at $87,000 level. We'll try 6 furlongs, goes back to a sprint rather than the route from last time, and is going to switch up from turf to dirt. Very interesting on the 8 for the outside here. Cutback, switching, turf to dirt. However, the trainer, 11%, turf to dirt. A little bit better, 15%, $1.50 return from routes to sprinting. Again, off the layoff, 30 to 60 days. He's got some pretty good numbers in that category. Just don't know about the whole turf to dirt. If that's really what the horse prefers. I mean, obviously, the dirt has the better statistics right now. So, take note of number 8. There's not much. John Hancock. Jose's going to get the rail. Doesn't really have a whole lot of speed. He's going to set up again outside. There's going to be plenty of speed early. I think Blazing Freedom, Magic Seeker, and Ashkenazi possibly can go early. I just think with Luis Saez aboard, they're going to send this one out to be a player kind of early in the speed duel. Trying to look at some other angles in here. Again, just the $30,000 level. Some big races for the 1, just not done much. I'll jump over to the track feed here in a second. Just trying to narrow down this just a little bit more. Good workout too on the 8 in that last outing. It did only go 3 furlongs though, but second fastest on the day. The trainer just has some really good numbers. course, the Keeneland barn. Again, some good numbers there. Front running. I don't know what to do with this horse. Did break its maiden, $32,000 level. Past 2 starts, vied too wide, faltered, gave way. Just, I don't know. It's almost like it ran into some problems or didn't want to run that day. Does come from an off track to dirt. Just don't know if that's where this horse should be. He's going to go a little bit further as well. The trainers had the horse, then lost it to a claim, and picked up the horse again. So I don't know. Interesting here to see that the trainer picks the horse back up. That's just kind of the things that we don't know of, what happened, why, all that stuff. But definitely interesting to see. I like the price, 15-1. Just doesn't have much speed. I mean, it has some early, I guess it has early speed, but I don't think there's going to be enough early speed because the 2 to the inside and the 4 to the outside of the 3 all are going to just want to go quick. Probably leaning more towards the 4. Just don't know what to do with the 3. All right. Sticking with kind of what I saw first. We'll stick with the 8, the 2, and the 4, Magic Seeker. I'll probably get burnt by the 5, Ashkenazi. Putting Luis Saez aboard on this one. I'm probably going to go quick. Ran in some pretty good races. Tried 90,000. And it's maiden in its first race. I don't know. This one I feel like could be a lead type horse that's just going to run away from him. And we kind of seen that in the first race. Is speed the way to go on this track? Is there going to be any closing ability or anybody going to be able to pass? So I think, the 2 and the 5 definitely are going to be your leaders coming out. Depending on where the 3 goes, is he going to press or is the 4 going to press? I think it could set up of, who's going to get to the lead, and that could be dangerous for sure. And then I kind of like the 8 just sitting off the pace a little bit. I don't think they need to press and go quick, especially because there's going to be a lot of speed to the inside. I feel like they could sit up a little bit better and just kind of sit off the pace a little bit. And they may get stuck. They could go out, be stuck out 3 wide going in or going down the stretch into the turn. That could cause some problems, obviously. But like I said, probably going to get burnt by the 5. Not using it in here with Luis Saez. I just going to try something with the 4. See if we can steal it. I just don't think the horses really have anything. I kind of like the pedigree with Good Magic. So we'll see if she can run. We'll see.
Here's a look at the number 5 horse, Ashkenazi, a contender, a daughter of Hootenanny, being played as a contender. She's 3-1 right now, part of this middle of the wagering as far as second, third choice. currently in the wagering for trainer Eddie Keneally. I've said this multiple times here at Keeneland. When Keneally goes to Luis Saez, that's always something you got to pay attention to here at Keeneland Race Course, or really anywhere. And this is a filly by Hootenanny who drops in for 40 after a couple of attempts against Allowance Company at different venues, Presque Isle Downs up in Erie, Pennsylvania, and then over at Horseshoe, Indianapolis back in July. So she comes in with about 6 weeks in between races to get ready for this event here today. But Saez for Keneally, always a combo that you got to pay attention to here at Keeneland Race Course or elsewhere. We're 6 minutes away from the start.
Like I said,
early pick 4.
Something there with Luis Saez going on the 5. Like I said, it'll probably burn me. $12 in the next race. Let's see who that is. Welcome in, Dan. Check out the 12. Is that what you said? Bolt Dior. Nice. Machado. Love it. Been an up-and-coming jockey. He just needs one big race, I feel like. A couple big races, Luna Machado. So we'll see. Well, let's get the 8 home, Dan. Then we can see what we can do with that 12 in the next race. If you just tuned in, I said the 5 is probably the one going to burn us. Luis Saez getting the mount, very interesting with Keneally. It's for sure coming in here in this type of race. So watch the odds on the 5 as soon as they leave the gate, because it'll probably drop. But like that we're getting 3-1 right now on the 8. I mean, even the Cox horse at 2-1. You know, not getting a whole lot of attention, but getting respected, I guess, for the maiden. That's not me. That's Keeneland's feed. Not sure what's going on there. I better get it fixed. Gonna guess somebody tripped over the feed that unplugged it. I have no idea. That's crazy. Well, we have to switch it up here. Racing. See if it goes on. Might crash the feed. As soon as I get it switched over, I'll pop it up. I don't know why it's... Alright. We'll switch it up here. See if... Nope, it looks like the whole Keeneland feed is out. I just tried FanDuel instead of TVG, doing the same thing, so looks like it's a Keeneland problem. See if Keeneland's website is out. It is too. So all the Keeneland feed has been cut. Great. Well, that's insane. I have no idea. Not seeing anything of like what is happening with the feed. Try Keeneland's website again. Well, let's see if it's all of TV. Yeah, so just Keeneland's feed seems to be out. Looks like Belmont's is working. Gulfstream is working. FanDuel had it back on. What the heck? Yeah, mine still says that it's out everywhere. I have no idea. It says results. So they sent the race off without it. Interesting. All right. Well, if anybody has the results, type them in the comments, I guess. So we'll see the tail end of it, if anything. Oh. I'm guessing this is the replay. They're off. Yeah, in the upset city. 3. 358. What the hell? Okay, at least seeing the race would have been nice. Front running. Maybe we'll get a replay. Don't think anybody had the 3. I knew the 5 would run big. Didn't expect the 3 to run that big. And we get a delay on the feed with no sound, apparently. Three, 5, 8. Wow. Looked like the 4 was up there for a little bit. Kind of expected that to be the early speed. Just too much kick by the 3, I guess. Wow. It's a big price. I don't know if somebody was talking about loading up on the double, but yeah, the 3, I don't know. 4 break. I mean, look at that. The 4 breaks into the 5. The 6 loses everything, and then I don't know. Crazy. Edgar Morales. I think that was his first win. Maybe not. Maybe first win at Keeneland. for this meet. Same thing with the trainer, first win at Keeneland. I don't know. That was a weird one. Like I said, it previously trained by the Carl DeVille, then it goes to Chasey Pommier, and then back to DeVille, so like something weird there. Whatever, 19-1. Sheesh. That trifecta will pay. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. 3 links. $0. I mean, I guess if you had the 3, hats off to you. I guess you got to look at those weird angles like that. Like, why did the trainer, I don't know, train the horse, got rid of the horse, got the horse back, wins easily 2 times now. Broke the maiden, I think it was at a $30,000 level, and then comes in here to a $58,000 claimer. Just, it's horse racing. Yeah, $32,000, broke its maiden. On the front end, looked to be pretty simple. And then comes into a $40K claimer and just walks away with them. Just, that's why we bet. That's why we bet. All right. We tailed this with our buddy James. We went to the Daily Double, rolled up all in that first leg, got a pretty decent price. Now we need the 7. Dylan Davis on Nano Man, I believe is how you say it. Nano Man, maybe. Nano Man. For a, I would say, pretty decent score right now. At least on the day right now, it should help us. So we shall see if we can get him home. Should be on the turf. Firm turf course. Didn't even really we didn't handicap Belmont. Like I said, really don't usually play it. Just kind of sticking with the Keeneland track for today. Somebody in the chat had mentioned the 7, so we kind of rolled with it to see what luck we could have on a last minute bet, pretty much. So it looks good. Looks to be one that's kind of improving. Second place back in July, then a 4th place, then comes back in September, another 2nd place. So it just has been right there each and every time of being super close to winning. So we'll see. We just need, yeah, that's insane. What I think it was 10-1 on the morning line for Nano Man. Yeah, 10-1, and he's been at 7-2. I'm showing 4-1 right now on the screen. Just, I don't know, just getting bet pretty hard right now. Looks like the 1 is the other one that's taking a lot of money, obviously, with I think, is Rosario back? I know he had a pretty rough fall. It looks like Joel Rosario is going to have the mount for is that Miguel Clement? Yeah, Clement. So I kind of like our odds here on the 7. I mean, 9-2. Just, again, still great value. Bet down from 10-1. I believe he's really the only one taking money. So everybody be rooting on this 7. I mean, 5-1 now. I mean, even a win wager, double up on the 7 for sure. We got the man, Dylan Davis. Gold Double D. Daily Double to Double D Dylan Davis. So let's roll up. Let's get one. Everyone better be covering this 7. See if we can get him home. Definitely help kick off the start. Maybe we'll play a little bit more Belmont and with our Keeneland for today. Oh, somebody threw in the 6. I said only 7s. Should have only 7s in the chat. That's what we need. No 1, no 2s, no 6s. Only 7s.
Don't forget, right after this second race will be race 3. Start of the pick 6. Carry over $13,560. Starts in race number 3 on today's program.
All right. Let's get it, Dylan. No problem. Kind of been off for a while through the summer. Trying to get back into it for the Breeders' Cup. Done some videos for the Breeders' Cup. Probably go live for the Breeders' Cup too, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. Catch our live Breeders' Cup betting. It's always fun.
Moving in next. Not for hire. Van Vollenhoven. Van Vollenhoven.
Looks cold there.
Car move. They go in. 3 out. Stormy Birthday. Launch control.
Let's go, Dylan. What we at? We should still be pretty good values still. So we're getting 5 to 1 still on this horse. It's incredible.
Nano Man. Last to load to the outside. Nano Man.
Nano Man.
Forward.
Let's go, Dylan.
All set. And they're off. Hoppy in the air at the start of the Stormy Birthday. Steve towards the outside.
Ah.
Launch control.
Damn. 6. Slow down, 6.
About to be going towards the inside.
Shit.
The rail position, that's King Puck, is right there with Master Freud as they travel in tandem. That's the top trio. Van Vollenhoven avoiding all the traffic right now. Red Cap is in fourth in the 2 pack just behind these leaders.
We're going the wrong way, folks.
Higher, Nano Man, second to last, and Stormy Birthday is the trailer. They work in the far turn, 22 seconds flat. That opening quarter mile launch control is the leader. Van Vollenhoven is just cruising up on the outside as tugging car moves to the front. Master Freud is trying to beat this rival to that spot. That's the leading 3 now. Trying to keep up at the rail is King Puck.
Burning.
Green Silks in behind them. They reach the top of the lane. They've got to catch launch control. Launch control is now cut loose. Master Freud is in full pursuit. Van Vollenhoven down the center of the course. Not for hire.
He's a kick.
Round 2, but launch control keeps finding up front. It's launch control who's stretching the margin out now. Launch control. Here's not for hire.
Come on, Dylan. Shit.
Stormy Birthday from far out of it, but launch control didn't stop. Launch control. That's your winner.
Damn.
Not for hire up for second. Then came Stormy Birthday.
Knew it was going to be rough because that 6, as soon as he kind of got out of the gate, he got cleared. Nobody was catching him. Like, he just absolutely launched and then wins easily. Is that Ricardo Santana? I don't know. Somebody had a 6. Isella, maybe? Salgado. Well done on the 6. Well done on the 6. Ouch. Hats off to you. Again, the 6. Oh well. Back to Keeneland. 2-year-olds. Is this a baby race? Heck, pretty much, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, well done on the 6. I'm gonna take a guess that maybe this is $20 on the 6. Not sure. Yeah. I mean, I thought we had a good break, James, for sure. And then, like I said, the 6 just wanted it more because he definitely blew the doors off. Alrighty. Good old 2-year-old race here. Fillies, $85,000 maidens. Let's go. This is where it's at. You can find one that's kind of just, got some killer workouts. The pedigrees look phenomenal. Oh, Luis Saez on the 3 again. Very interesting. Michael Campbell. Take note. So we saw what Luis did last race. He's put on Lady Valor number 3 coming into this one. So just kind of watch him there. Good value right now. Also 7-1. Mark Cassie has the wonderful, amazing Amanda. 2-1. Jose Ortiz for CJ Stables. Been at Ellis Park and Churchill Downs. $92,000 level. Tried a maiden in there and was beat out with Jose. I think we're at an 85. So kind of staying in the same. Love some Vacomas. Big fan of Vacoma babies. They have just been running phenomenally. So not sure what happened here. Looks like finished 4th, 2nd, so definitely one that's improving. A little bit of value right now at 2-1 with amazing Amanda by Vacoma. Girl named Nikki, another John Enos Edgar Morales. Comes out of an $85,000 race. Not much there. Did race on a sloppy track, so obviously going to have a little bit of a cleaner trip. And there, Ed Keneally. Again, beautiful McKenzie. 9-1, Ben Curtis. First time starter in here for the filly by McKenzie. $40,000 sell. 13% debut sire. Romped in its own. The mom, I believe we got Storied Tail. Won in her first outing. To go 1 for 5 though in her career. Damn, a lot of early speed, 3 other offsprings, pairs of winners. So this one could be very interesting at 9-1 as well. Looks like the pedigree and the progenies of this sire and dam all have some early speed got to be dealt with as well. Keeneland Race 3 by Dan. Dan's taking the 12. Oh, this is where he talked about the 12 horse. Yes. Bolt Dior. Look at the price. 19-1 right now. Look at the speeds, folks. I think that's Prairie. I think that's what PI. I can't remember what PID. I don't think that's Prairie. Anyways, the trading track, 5 furlongs in a minute. First fastest. Again, 5 furlongs in 101. 3 out of 10. 1 out of 13. So really good speeds leading up. $23,000 purchase out of the 12. 14% on debut. Bolt Dioro, obviously. Everybody knows the sire. 5 for 7. 5 for 47 from the dam. Second dam was Speedy. So another speedster on the outside. 6 for 22 lifetime. Barn is 4 for 15 with first timer. So for Tim Gurton, 4 for 15. So-so for the barn. So we'll see there. Keeps her away from traffic, so they kind of like the outside draw in here. There it is. Yes, Prescott Isles. I knew I was in there. I knew Prairie, I think, is like PD or PMD. Gotcha. Appreciate that. But yeah, there's the 12. So again, the 8 was the one before that I skipped over to the 10. Turkish Pistachio, Carlos Davis, and there's Irad Ortiz. Again, taking money, the Irad Ortiz effect. Taking a little bit of money, not too much. And there's some good numbers again for the trainers and the jock. Number 11, Killa Sally, Kenny McPeak, Flavion Pratt. Haven't seen him in a while at Keeneland, so getting a mount for Keeneland is very interesting for Flavion Pratt. Another one that had a really good work, September 20th at Colonial, first out of 27 that day, for the filly by Volatile. So we have some really good pedigree in here. If you look through all of these horses, I mean, we have a Vacoma, Maxfield, Munnings, Motown, Knicks Go, McKenzie, Catholic Boy, Volatile, and Bolt D'Oro. So from top to bottom, the pedigree looks phenomenal in this field of filly maidens for sure. It's almost like pick your poison in here if you're going off the workouts. Yeah, I thought Pratt was somewhere else yesterday, so it's kind of interesting to see him coming in, obviously for probably the big weekend races for Friday, Saturday, and a little bit of Sunday. So glad that he has a mount. I kind of like that McPeak is using him with the Hernandez injury, so interesting enough. But again, another just phenomenal field in here. If we can get away from, Amazing Amanda 2-1, that's where the price is at right now. Other than that, you have a lot of, good value throughout. I mean, the 8, kind of where we're leaning right now. Beautiful McKenzie, 10-1, just not taking a whole lot of money. Where was the other one? 12, Bolt D'Oro, Tim Gurton, Luan Machado, just a really good workout. It's kind of being consistent. And we got to give Dan a shout out. He's on the 12 in here. So backing that one with him for sure. Just from, like I said, top to bottom, just phenomenal field of horses. Lady Valor was another one that kind of caught our eye. Michael Campbell, like I said, Luis Saez getting the mount. So when Luis Saez get mounts, it's for a good reason. And obviously, if he's already got one win today, definitely could be, urging this one again. That has some decent works. I know it's been at Colonial, but, the works have been, steady enough that, they feel like it's a good time to put the horse in the field. So going 6.5 furlongs. I believe there's a couple that are coming off like a slop or an off track. We do have a couple that are first-time starters for sure. Amanda's going to stretch out just an extra furlong pretty much. Turkish Pistachios kind of staying the same distance. And then you have the 11 and the 12, again, first-time starters. So definitely interesting field of, I think there's 12, 11. I think we have 2 scratches. So we have 10 horses. So this one should be very good. For sure, especially the betting aspect. Pick something that, if you're stuck to workouts, if you're stuck to pedigrees, if you're stuck to trainer jocks, whatever the angle is that you're kind of into, this is your type of race. We like looking at workouts. Obviously, the change up with Luis Saez has been interesting enough. We love Vacomas. Like, there's a lot in here that we've just played different angles. So it's probably going to be one where we're just kind of sticking to like a trifecta type in here and maybe just taking a price horse for the win. So we'll try something crazy as far as the betting side goes and see what we can come up with. DRF has the 7. Girl named Nikki as their top pick. I don't really see that. I guess maybe because ran an $85,000 claimer last time out, but I don't know. All right, shoot about 5-6 minutes. Race 3, number 11, Kill a Sally. Pratt arrives to win. Yeah, I mean he's here, so we'll see. Again, it has a really good work. Colonial, pretty fast that day. 4 furlongs, 47. Everybody else kind of training at like 5 furlongs, so that's definitely has some speed on the 11 Vacoma stud fee increase. Oh yeah, I saw the stud fees that went up, and like the Vacoma was the biggest mover, and like, man, if you could just, I don't know, invest in that, like that's just incredible value that has showed up for Vacomas. And it's just crazy because usually they win first ask and then they're so after their first start, but man, they just have so much speed and have been so dangerous in these maiden type races that it's crazy, and it's obviously just shot that stud fee through the roof. It's been crazy to watch. All right. 6 minutes. Hopefully the feed is back. There we go. It's a little choppy. And it looks like it's going to go out again.
Leach's long shot pick of the day. I just had an opportunity to speak to her trainer, Tim Gurton, asked him about bringing this filly down here into this maiden auction restricted race here at Keeneland Race Course, and he said that it's not published in the workouts, but she was at a training center where they
They're talking about your 12, Dan.
Really well on the dirt course, and that's why they opted to bring her down here this afternoon. So there's something there with this filly by both.
Come on, what is going on?
Price.
Oh. One. Two. Yeah, Flavion Pratt has some other mounts. I think he's got 3, 4 others. He's riding a really good one in the Sycamore later. I think he's got 4 mounts. So, I don't know. He showed up, obviously, for the bigger races for the Friday, Saturday, but... so, yeah. So, Pratt's got 4 or 5 other mounts. Like I said, he's on the Ohana Honor in the Sycamore later. Okay, we got Miguel taking the 10 in here. I believe that's the Pistachio. Turkish Pistachio, going with Irad Ortiz. Carlos David. Not seeing a lot of money being put on the Ortiz horse. So that's usually when he kind of surprises, when there's no money being thrown at him. I don't know. Big talk right now was the 12 horse when the feed was kind of rumbling in and out. They were talking about the 12. That's the one that Dan is riding with right now. He's got a hunch play on the 12 for sure, so we'll see if he can back that up. Great value, Loy Machado, Tim Gurton, taking a little bit of play as we kind of get close to post time. All right, we stuck with number 1, Super Fio, Loveworks, trainer stats, yeah, the sires, the pedigrees, Oh, that looks good. We got exacta boxes flying in. 1, 3, 10, 11. And then we got a win bet on the 1. It's the Motown horse. And then the 3, that's the Saez horse. Yes. Like I said, I don't know. They're putting Saez on these horses for a reason, especially when the trainers are, I guess, not, a big name trainer, but could be sneaky playing here. Again, some great value all across the board. Amazing Amanda, obviously gonna, be the favorite just because of the barn and the win last time out. So alrighty. I think everybody's kind of put in or chimed in what they're going with here, so good luck. We kind of have them all covered pretty well. From everything from favorites to prices to different angles, different pedigrees, so awesome. Alright, should be close to post time. There we go. 11 is taking 9 to 2. Yeah, 4 to 1, 5 to 1. That's kind of about right. So that's probably just like Flavion Pratt money there. But he definitely has bigger mounts later on in the card. So this one's just kind of an early one. Probably just getting him warmed up for sure. So we'll see what can happen. Again, good luck, everybody. Like I said, I think we have a lot of them covered in here, so this should be a very good race. Love the maidens. Always surprises for sure. So we'll see what we can come up with. See where the money comes in late at, I guess. I know I have the sound on. I don't know what happened to it. I feel like Keeneland's having some trouble. Yeah, so there's no sound. Great. All right. Definitely speed by the Motown horse, and I think that's Vacoma on the outside. Yeah, so amazing Amanda. Sorry, I'm going off of their sires rather than their actual names. Keeneland's tech department obviously struggling today. 6, 7. Big run from the back end. I think that's the 8. Big old closing speed from the 8 right now. But I don't know. It's all up front. Somebody's got to catch them. 7 is trying. And there's, I don't know who that is on the rail. The 1, oh, the 1's still on the rail. Here comes, yeah, Luis Saez yet again. With the 12 on his outside and the, get up, 12. Damn. Man. Tough game. You almost had him pegged, Dan. Sorry. I mean, he was right there. I mean, great analysis just to come up with the 12, but oh, tough beat. Absolute tough beat. I thought he was out of it. I thought the 6 was going to run away. Or I thought the 7 was going to pass, and then the 6 kind of just was kind of all over the track. And then the 3 and the 12, that just gives them extra time to catch. Well, 1 could have made a run on the rail. The 6 was just all over. It was a great stretch run by both of those horses, the 3 and the 12. Just looked crazy. Those 2 horses, absolute crazy horses to be able to do that. Again, Luis Saez. 2 for 2. Back-to-back winners. They were all over coming out of the gate, too. The start was wild. 3-12. I mean, we'll take an exacta there. We had 3-12. What I put on there? 3-12, 6, 8. So we'll roll with that, I guess. That's a good start, or a good helper for the basically middle of the card for an exacta play. We only played it for $1 though. A win is a win. Trifecta should pay pretty decent as well. I mean, you got the 5-1, 11-1, 8-1. Thought somebody else had that too. Yeah, Dan, did you play the exacta? I know you typed in like a couple different horses. I didn't know if you played an exacta there, but you had the 12, 6, 8. Or you maybe just win place show. Even win place show should pay pretty well. As long as we're making money. I don't know what is up with Keeneland's feed as far as their sound. Bet across, nice. I think it's about a $60 exacta there with a 3 over the 12. Three, 12, 1. All right. Again, I don't know. I'm hoping they get their sound fixed, because I don't know what. Gotcha. Yeah. The only reason I even thought of the 3 was just because they put Luis Saez aboard. I'm not familiar with Michael Campbell. Trainer. I know this one comes from Colonial. That always seems to do really well. Goes from turf to dirt. That's about all you can say. But again, if they're putting Luis Saez aboard, there's something like that Luis does that just, I don't know, he gets these horses to run so well. And we just seen it in race 2. Or he was on the 5 horse, so. Kind of rolls it up again. But, all right. Race 4. Did it switch? Okay. Going to the dirt. Yet again, 7 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up, claiming $50,000 purse. I believe these are Colts, Geldings. Yeah. Thank you, James. Pretty good field. Again, I think we have 9, maybe 8. I think there's 1 scratch. Yeah. So we got 8 horses in the next. Yeah. I had that exact. What did it come up to be? $60. Yeah, I had it for $1 because I put in there 3, 8, 12, and 6. So thankfully it was the 12 in second, or was hoping he would have got first, but yeah, and that way it paid a little bit better. Appreciate it. But like I said, Saya is cooking today. Absolutely cooking. He didn't. I don't know if we had any mounts yesterday at Keeneland. Maybe 1. All right. Take a look at race 4. Kind of 2 that are sticking out. The 2 and the 6 are kind of early ones that we've kind of circled. Number 2, Truly Legit. Michael Tomlinson, Tyler Gaffalione. Again, I don't know. Tyler Gaffalione is just absolute cold right now. So I don't know if we're going to stick with this pick or not, just because he's not done a whole lot recently. Big time runner though. I mean, 10 starts, 2 wins. Where are we going? We're going 7 furlongs. Okay. I don't know. The 2 is cutting back in distance, so has been all over, going a mile. Has been on the turf. Has not been to Keeneland though, so we will see. First time Tyler Gaffalione does jump aboard this horse, so that's kind of interesting to see as well. The other one that I talked about was the 6, Big Salt Lick, Hugo Andrada. I think this one, just because it has a win last time out, does come from sprinting, will be the second start sprinting. Well, it's kind of been a mile sprint, so we'll see if it can go 2 times going sprinting. For, I think it's a big 5-year-old in here, $93,000 earner, 15 lifetime starts, only 2 wins. Probably, I don't know, going to be up against it. Like I said, I just don't know what is going on with Tyler Gaffalione right now. He's just kind of been hit very miss as of recently. So we'll see. This one's just kind of a weird race too. Let's see. I'll go back up through the card. So number 3, Noble Gentleman, Rogelio Labra. Jose Gutierrez comes out of a claimer, $16,000 level. Not terrible speed numbers. Won last time out. 7 furlongs. Churchill track. Looks to be a late speed runner. In here, trainer stats though don't look very great for the 3. Number 4, Call the Cavalry, Kenny McPeak. I think that's Emmanuel Esquivel on this horse last time at a 12-5. Claimer, non-winners at 2. Pretty good win in there. Kind of dueled late, going 6 furlongs, dug in. Kind of like that stat when they dig in. That just shows that they're a real grinder. Vibe between horses, duel, dug in. So kind of, I guess, like that note that is put in with some of these horses, especially just in this field or this race where it's like, I don't know, what do you do? 8 starts, 2 wins. Another one that's yet to come to Keeneland, so first time coming in here. Just kind of a big, interesting horse. The workouts look pretty good. 8 out of 33, 10 out of 26. Again, another one that's trained at Colonial, has been racing at Colonial, and is shipping in. Usually Colonial shippers, obviously that's been a pretty good angle to play recently for sure. King Anthony, number 5, Jose Rodriguez. Looks to have some early speed on the front end that could be messed with. Emptied out last time, so I don't know. Maybe the horse needs a little bit of time off. They do give it some time off. August 30th, come back. Today, October 10th, obviously getting a little bit of a break, so that should be interesting to see. Trainer does have some pretty good stats when he does come off of a 30-day layoff at 16%. So take note of that. Yeah, Tyler's been very cold. Big Salt Lick right now, the favorite, rightfully so. I just don't know. The trainer's not getting. There's not much value there. 9-5. I get the money. I just don't know. In this type of field, anything is possible. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty wide open race. 7, Hey Buddy. Kelly Martinez, Edgar Morales. $20,000 claimer last time out. Did win there. Where were we at? I think that's Prairie Meadows. Win a mile, so he's going to cut back in distance. Has ran at 6 furlongs before and has been pretty successful at it. So we'll see if the cutback, he can pick up another back-to-back wins for Hey Buddy. 8, Lobo Salvaja. Marcelino Salas, Julian Leperoux. Last time, $7,500 claimer finished second, and they're denied late. Going a mile on mile 70, Belterra Park. I believe that was an off track. So again, another one's going to be cutting back in distance again. Right on. Joseph Davis. Fernando de la Cruz comes from Indy. Big late speed type horse in here. Was on a sloppy track back in September. Going a mile, so he's cutting back in distance as well. So a lot of these horses cutting back, changing up some tactics. The trainer angles aren't really hitting. So there's a lot of different viewpoints or, ways that you can attack this race. You could stick with the favorite, Big Salt Lick, and just follow the money. I mean, rightfully so. That's, he's got some speed. He does come off a pretty good win last time out. And, he's got, I think it's Oscar Villarreal as the jockey. So he's familiar with the horse. The 7, Hey Buddy, another one that's coming off a win, has some good speed numbers. Ships in from Prairie Meadows, has some early speed. If you're the one that's kind of like a late kick, you got Right On, who's going to be a closer in here for Fernando de la Cruz. I thought there was another closer to the inside. Maybe the 3, Noble Gentleman, could be a closer as well. Again, just a really wide open race. In here, you would think, Tyler Gaffalione should wipe this field just because, jockeys. But like he said, somebody just said in the chat, he's been cold since his injury. He just hasn't been the same. He just hasn't really ridden horses like he did prior to his injury. So it could be a very wide open race. There's all kinds of angles that you can take. Like I said, we kind of look at, the speeds. In this type of race, you're trying to look at, what type of claiming race have they ran in. They're all pretty consistent. There was a couple that, King Anthony's coming out of $20,000. Non-winners of 3, though. Big Salt coming out of $20,000 claimers. Hey Buddy coming out of $20,000 claimers. So those two really look comparable. I do like the cutback with Hey Buddy right now. Looks to be a good spot. He's been going 2 sprints to long. Now he's going back to a sprint. So as you can kind of follow his past performance, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I'll try to highlight it here as just an angle play. We hit one of these yesterday playing this type of angle. I know it's cut off somewhat on the screen. I can't shift it over. But if you look at Hey Buddy, so you go back to June 7th. We go 6 furlongs, Prairie Meadows, finishing 3rd. Comes back, 6 furlongs, Prairie Meadows, about 20 days. Again, finishes 4th. Then we go to a mile, so he stretches out. Runs pretty big. Comes in at 2nd place. All right, so we've done our mile. Now we're going to go back to sprinting. So they go back August 8th, September 7th. Again, about a month in between. 2 more sprints. He goes first by a neck, follows it up with a second. So, again, we would think we need to take some time off. They really don't give him a whole lot of time off. They go right back to a route race, going 1 mile. Again, finishes first. Now he's cutting back yet again to 6. So as you can see, like the trend, he's going sprint, sprint, route, sprint, sprint, route. So now he's coming back to sprint. So this could be a really good angle to play if you're kind of a bettor that kind of looks into this angle of sprints to routes or vice versa. But this is kind of what we're seeing with Hey Buddy. So obviously it's just something that the trainer does a lot. And, obviously he's been successful with it. It worked. He went a mile, then was claimed, and then he goes right to his sprint and picks up a win, picks up a second, and then goes to a route and picks up a win. So it's been very successful here in 2025 for him. So we'll see if that's something that, he can run another big number going sprinting again. If the horse is comfortable with it, that's usually a really good angle play. And we're getting 6-1 right now on, that's something that could be a little bit of an advantage. I thought there was another one that kind of did something similar. Yeah, Big Salt Lick, just in the past 4, I guess you could say, has done something similar. He's went a mile, 6.5, a mile on the turf, 6.5. Now he's sticking to 6.5. So obviously, maybe they think he's better sprinting. He's won his last 2 of 3 when he is sprinting. So rightfully so. We're getting obviously 2-1 on Big Salt Lick just because of that. Martinez is sharp at Prairie Horse Fitch. She won yesterday. Yeah, Kelly Martinez. Okay, cool. So you're just like checking that off for me, Dan, giving me a little bit extra for Hey Buddy there, huh? I like it. Appreciate that. Saya's on the 2, race 8. Sounds good. Thanks, Dan, for stopping in. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, man. Hopefully see you again. Another one that's picked up a win recently, again, is just Call the Cavalry. Kenny McPhee giving, I believe that's Emmanuel Esquivel, a mount in here. This, I don't know. Very interesting race. Kind of a wide open race if you're not trusting Tyler Gaffalione right now. If you look at everybody else, again, Call the Cavalry has some early speed. Win last time out, looks pretty good. The 6, yes, has the class. Again, has the speed. Winner last time out will stretch out. It's going to be a closer. And then the 7, again, has pretty much 2 wins in his last 3. With Edgar Morales, Kelly Martinez, and Dan kind of just gave us a little tip that Martinez pretty sharp right now, so we'll see if shipping into Keeneland, she can stay sharp. I think she's got 2 starts, 1 win maybe, so 50%. So obviously when she comes here, horses usually run big. So good angle as far as number 7, Hey Buddy at 5-1. So that's probably going to be our go-to in here. We hammered the horse or talked about the horse so much. So we're just going to stick with it and just see if that's kind of how we can roll up with it. So we don't want to change our tactics. The other one I would talk about, obviously, is the 4, Call the Cavalry. Not getting a whole lot of play for McPeak. Just one that could be, I think, dangerous on the front end if the horse can get the lead. And I don't think there's going to be much speed. The 8 could have some speed early. But then there's a lot of different, there's a lot of closers in here. And I think Hey Buddy can just sit off of them a little bit. He is going to be probably chased down by the 6 and the 9, who are the closers. So look to be the 4 getting out early. And then the 6, obviously, 6 and the 9 coming late. All right. We'll jump over to the Keeneland feed. So we can get a post parade. Hopefully their sound is back on. I don't think it is. At least I don't hear their sound. I'll try. See if FanDuel TV's working.
Comes in off a win. It was a Colonial against 12-5 claimers. Ken McPeak, the trainer, Manny Escobar.
King Anthony, next up, was beaten 13 lengths in his most recent, but I think this is actually a little bit easier group than he might have been facing most recently.
There's our current favorite, Big Salt Lake, comes in off that win at a similar level last time out at Churchill Downs. See if he can run 2 big races in a row.
Yeah, Andy liked how Big Salt Lake looked. He was the pick of the paddock. Hey, buddy. Is next. Kelly Martinez trains.
There we go. I think I got it fixed now. I don't know. It must just be TVG's, not.
Time moves up off the victory from Prairie Meadows.
The Lobo Salvaje has a little bit of early speed. Comes in from Belterra, where he was facing weaker.
And our Matthew McConaughey play, right? Right on, right on. Late runner. Throw out the last few races. This is my top pick, and I appreciate 4-1.
4-1 certainly a good price, but as I mentioned before, the question is the 9 right on?
What is up with their feed today?
Race number 4. The wagering options: win, play, show, exacta trifecta, daily double, pick 3, and superfecta wagering. Coming up in our 5th race, that's where we're going to start the pick 6. Nobody was able to pick 6 yesterday, so we have $103,000 in the carryover. Again, that starts in our next race, race number 5. Get handicapping now if you haven't already started it, because it's a doozy of a sequence.
Yeah, I had the early pick 4 and the late pick 4, and I really felt the late pick 4 was very tough. I think I doubled my ticket price from the early pick 4. And I don't feel confident. Let me put it that way. There were races I trimmed down.
All right, we got still about 7 minutes to post, so make sure you get your picks in. Like I said, we're taking number 7. Hey, buddy. We kind of gave out those, I guess, the angle side of that.
And as we've run more days of the meet, we've seen the percentage of winning favorites come down.
Yes. It's... You know,
make sure to drop them in the chat what you're going with
but I definitely think
for race 4.
caliber of competition had to be factored in when you looked at the number.
If we can get a steady stream. I have no idea why is
so
it.
Race number 4, let's head back to the paddock and check in with Andy B.
Anthony, Kate, and you know I'll take the number 6 Big Salt Lake as my top selection, but I actually got the 5.
Sometimes TVG works a little bit better just because it's not as crowded, but they're the same source. I think maybe just FanDuel may have took over, so it's just not as... They don't have like the stream chat going on with it. I don't know. We'll just stick with it for...
Typical for him or not, and I do think at 12-1 he's one we could expect to hit the board here for a price.
Let's get it, Andy B. King Anthony right now. A very
I don't... James, are you using TVG or FanDuel?
Who has shown speed on occasion, sometimes doesn't show any speed. It's almost like you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I have no idea what style he's going to show. He's fast enough to be in the first flight of horses, for sure, if he decides that's what they want to do. But he's been equally effective when he sits off the pace. So that might be a real asset for this distance and combination of race shape.
What about the number 3 horse here at odds of 7-1? That is Noble Gentleman. Rogelio Labra, the trainer. Jose Gutierrez will ride. Comes in off a win last time out at Churchill, but not really getting much respect in here.
I struggle to take those races on face value because that last one in particular. This is a good race. There's no question. On face value, this is a good race for him. Makes him very competitive in this field. He gets up for the victory. He did get a decent pace to run at. The 3/4 mile time was pretty fast. But his best races have been at Churchill. I think he's a horse who really likes that track. Jury's out as to whether he can run that well at Keeneland. The only prior time he was here, he did not.
See if he can replicate that race last time out at Churchill, where he was a winner at odds of 16 to 1. He surprised that day. See if he surprises here at 7 to 1. And Jose Gutierrez and Rogelio Labra, they're 27% with a healthy ROI over the past year with just 11 starts.
That's a pretty strong stat, even though it is only 11 starts. It's still pretty solid.
Pretty good stat on the 3.
Look at a horse at 7 to 1. It might be worth your time.
I think it's a wide open race.
Race number 4.
Keeneland. Oh yeah, I didn't even think. It must be Keeneland's feed must be off because this is obviously FanDuel's and it's working. So
I just didn't get it. I wasn't impressed by that race last time out.
yeah, FanDuel. Yeah.
Trained by Chris Davis.
We got Deegan going with the 4. Call to Calvary. Kenny McPeak. 10 to 1. That's a big price right now, Deegan. Good luck.
Kind of been regressing and dropping down in class and still not showing much.
I guess the thought is that he was running with so much tougher that he only
The
had
3 is
one
interesting too.
start for the 16
I like the stat that you just flashed up on the screen.
So
The
maybe
trainer
give him the benefit of the doubt.
seems to be cooking right now on the 3. I think that was Labra, I believe is how you say it. Rogelio Labra, Jose Gutierrez. Seven, 8, 9. Nice. 7, 8. Lobo Sauvage. That's a very, like, Julian Leperoux usually just, I don't know, blows up every ticket that I make. So there you go, James. He's probably going to run big here because I didn't like him at all, or I didn't talk about Julian Leperoux. So there it is. Trainer Kelly Martinez, 21%.
I'm not sure he's fast enough to run on the lead with the other horses in here that have speed, but he very well could try.
The wind is blowing here.
It just picked up a big gust.
Caden's note card.
Blew on my note card.
We got the 4. We got 7, 8, 9. We like the 7.
I early picked 4, which just gone with the wind.
Nobody's touching Tyler Gaffalion.
Very, very well played.
I get it. I don't know. Again, like the Keeneland feed is just
the horses right in the face when they
off
come through the stretch. And
for some reason.
Temperatures only in the 60s. Certainly some of the coolest air we've felt so far this season.
It feels so good, though. It's such good racing weather. You know, the wind, though, a head-on wind in the stretch can have an effect, especially on front runners, because they'll be running right along nicely. And
9. Okay, we got Kemlish with the 9. Yeah, the 9's pretty sneaky. Not getting a whole lot of.
For the closers too.
I think that's
yes and
De La
no, because
Cruz.
remember, they're behind horses and have been drafting all the way. So now they only have to make that
Pretty
one
wide
run.
open field. I mean, great betting race for sure.
The idea is
You can get one picked out. Like I said, we went to 7.
you were running
I think we got
freely and maybe running
Deegan was
faster,
on
and
the
now you get
4.
to the toughest
James
part of
going with
race,
the 7,
and
8,
it's an
9.
uphill climb.
Win place on the 8 and the 9.
With the wind
Big price on the 8. And we got
as the horses are heading to the starting gate.
Camlish with the going on the 9 as well. Best of luck, everybody. You got about a minute, so plenty of time to get in a bet.
This meet, he's looking at a win percentage of 14%. He's trying to parlay the success that he had during the September meet at Churchill, where he was.
Make sure to, if you're able, just comment into the chat, say hello.
It's amazing
Let us
to
know what
see
horse
how
you're betting.
he was able to come back from
If
injury
not, just like the
and long
stream,
absence
subscribe to the
and
channel.
pick up right where he left off. At Ellis Park, he dominated, rode it extremely
So
well.
welcome
in
in.
Downs, and now right back
Another on the
at,
9. Uh-oh, we got 2 people on the 9. That means 9's going to run big.
At Keeland.
I think that's, again, De La Cruz.
For the Friday here at Keeland,
El
the feature is
Fantasma.
gonna come up at
Love the
race
name.
number 9. That's the grade 2
Let's get it.
Sycamore on the grass. They're going to go a mile and a half in that contest. It is a wide open betting affair, and it is part of the pick 6, which is going to get started in our next race with over $100,000 in the carryover. They are moving into line for race number 4. Katie, final thoughts here.
I think this is an interesting race, especially to kick off a pick 3. Good luck to
Yeah,
you.
just wide open
King
race
Anthony,
for sure.
see if he can be the king of this race at 12 to 1. I know you like the 9 here.
got Ruben taking the 9-6.
They are going
Nice.
7 furlongs. First time we'll see that distance today. The track is listed as fast, and one of them.
8 is go Dolphin Bred. I did not realize that.
I believe that was the 8.
I'll have to go back and look at that after the race.
Here's Kurt Becker with the call of race 4 live on FanDuel TV.
I didn't look at much of the pedigrees on these.
At the post, and they are off. Truly Legit broke sharply from the inside. Lobo Salvaje is there toward the outside.
There he goes.
On his early speed as well. Hey Buddy is there. And then King Anthony, and also called the Cavalry, has speed in between horses. Now pokes ahead in front from Truly Legit in second position as they head up the backstretch.
Come on, Keeneland feed. Don't cut out now. It's 2 races we haven't got to see.
Right on, will be wide to the far turn in fifth. King Anthony, 6 back toward the inside. Big Salt Lick will be wide from the back of the pack in 7th position. Noble Gentleman last of the 8, 22.85 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Truly Legit against the rail. Leading Call the Cavalry, only by a neck around the far turn. Hey Buddy works
9 on the outside. Right on.
Turn right on. Starts to move by some traffic from the outside. Goes up to third now, but still just over 2 lengths off the lead. Truly Legit, the leader, as they turn for home, has it a length and a half, and then Call the Cavalry is in second position, right on, third to the far outside. Hey Buddy is looking toward the inside, and fourth is still 4 lengths from the lead, right on, has a short lead.
He's on the outside here.
Truly Legit now, Big Salt
I think
Lick
they had
is winding
6.
up down the center of the track, still 5 lengths off the lead. They're coming to the 16th pole, right on, has the lead by 3 to Big Salt Lick in second, right on, Fernando de la Cruz, right on to win it.
Away with the 9-6. Somebody had the 9-6 exacta for Ruben.
Truly Legit back toward the inside.
And Camlesh and El Fantasma both with the 9. Yeah. Fernando de la Cruz. Rightfully so. Like I said, it's kind of a, I don't know, anybody's race. Obviously, they just set up perfectly for the 9. He just comes off the turn and easily passes. Just, I don't know. Tyler Gaffleone is just not getting mounts, not riding like he usually is. 6 just waited way too long for a kick. Too much class for Hey Buddy. And the 4, Call the Cavalry. Wow. Tyler Gaffleone, just struggle bus. For sure. Let me check that out. Somebody said the 8 was Go Dolphin Bred. I'll be darned, yeah. Interesting. Nice one. Hopefully he had a big number on him. I think he got 7-2. 7-2 over 5-2. That should pay pretty decent. Yeah, $17 exacta. Well done. Well done. A good one. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there was just plenty of value all over, so. If you had $1 on it, you made money. That's all that matters. Oops. Well done. I'm gonna bring TVG back over because the FanDuel doesn't show Belmont, but if anybody's got a Belmont pick for race 4, we're not handicapping it, but we'll go take a look at it or just kind of watch it as we have some time before the next Keeneland race. Not a bad field. 7 horses. I think there was you got a David Donk horse, Brad Cox, Chad Brown, Will Mott, even a Saffy Joseph horse. So we got a pretty stiff lineup of really good horses that are going 9 furlongs on the turf. So going very, very long. Right now, Enos Town at 5-2. You got the Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, Jurisprudence at 5-1. Mott and Alvarado with Coolapat 6-1, and then Manny Franco and Brad Cox, Hamilton's Way at 5-2. So if you have time, jump over to Belmont at the Big A. Look at that race, race 4, 9 furlongs on the turf. Definitely some good value all across the board. Again, I don't have past performances, so I'm just kind of getting crazy information pretty much. Just kind of looking at different things. I'll go and try to look Equibase really quick. See if we can come up with something. There's a lot of attention, obviously, on Keeneland, rightfully so. Let's see if they're at least talking about him. We'll pull it up. See if the Belmont's sound was working. Again, I think, like I said, Dylan Davis. It's usually what we bet in here. I mean, you got money coming in on the 7 now with Franco. What are we on? Race 4. Number 2. 276. Fifth is a good betting race. Good deal. Kind of money back and forth between the 2 and the 7 at Belmont, as of now, rightfully so. Just obviously the connections and whatnot on that, the trainers, jockeys, all that stuff. I believe the 4 has Dylan Davis, 4-1, or was he on the 5? Yeah, the 4 right now. Oh, all right. Mott's runner at Belmont. Aqueduct should like the 9 furlongs. The Mott runner. I think that was the 5, right? Coolapat? Coolapat, maybe? We'll see. He's ran 10 furlong Kentucky Downs, been at Ellis Park. I don't know. Saratoga for the 4. Definitely going to have to go forward. It's ran some big races for the 4. As has the 5. I want to take Dylan Davis. We got some money to spend. Surely he's due, right?
Horses stepping on the turf course.
go. Double D. He let me down in that second race. See if we can pick one up here. The 1. Taking the 1, 7-2. What's that name? English Castle. Yeah, I mean, should take to the turf, the distance, just anything with, what is that out of? English Channel. Yeah. Rightfully so, should take to the turf, especially this long distance. So I'm just betting Dylan Davis. So we'll see. Look at that, 7-2. These odds have already dropped. Everybody's pretty much taking money except the Davis horse and the Mott horse, so that's probably not good for us. Man, it's like a slow walk. Again, if you have any Belmont fans, drop a number in the comment pretty much. You got your choice, 1 through 7. All pretty tight. 3, I think, is the biggest long shot. We're going 9 furlongs. Anything can happen on these turf routes. Just absolute chaos usually, but probably a reason why the 3's not taking any money. $157 exacta would pay really nice, so we'll see how that turns out to be. As soon as this one jumps off, we'll go back to our Keeneland.
Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's fourth.
Keeneland past performance and kind of dive in to that one.
Start of the late pick 5. Jurisprudence. Cool back. Cool back. Stepping forward. La Chase. La Chase. Hamilton's Way. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're up. Breaking outward with Salt Spartan. Now straightens up. Ennistown's got speed at the rail. English Castle. English Castle has the front, is now up by a neck. Salt Spartan will apply mild pressure towards
Dude,
the
that too is
outside.
all over the
Well
place.
on the center of the course with Ennistown joining them. Ennistown, tough to handle early, is very keen, wants to move forward from third. The rail is Lachey's. More settled is in the 4th position at the rail. Is still tough to handle as Ennistown as they work towards that turn now. Back there in 5th was Hamilton's Way. Manny Franco is comfortable with that spot. To the outside here of Jurisprudence and the Triller, Coulapac. The leader is English Castle. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the front end with English Castle is just moving right along, is up by 3/4 of a length. Salt Spartan is tracking right there from second. Ennistown continues to be hard.
Come on, Dylan, take the rail.
Third. At the rail moving forward is Lachey's.
Pulling on him.
Javier Castellano, they have now taken that 3rd position away. Hamilton's Way in between horses. At the rail, Jurisprudence, and the Triller is Coulapac. 49 seconds flat. Tepid, half-mile time. English.
I don't think he's going to get the rail. He's going to have to probably break out if he's going anywhere.
Take him into the far turn. Salt Spartan with the pressure towards the outside.
I feel like he's really holding him.
Ground-saving journey towards the inside, and Ennistown is starting to make a run here.
He's
from
going the wrong way.
Jurisprudence is now
Anytime now, Dylan.
behind horses, nowhere to go yet. Hamilton's Way out wider. Coulapac is going to have to pass them all. They approach the top of the lane, and Salt Spartan takes it right to English Castle, and these two now head and head as they are at the top of the lane.
Not in
together.
good position for Dylan Davis
Off the rail is in
today.
pursuit. Here comes Lachey's and Castellano. They're 3 wide, and they're coming right after these top 2. Ennistown is trying to rally on. Coulapac.
I don't know. The Mod horse may bust through these.
Down towards the inside.
Oh, he's going to run right into
Lachey's
the
is in
6.
front, inside the final 16. Lachey's got the jump and got the victory. Lachey's
Wow.
wins it over Coulapac in a photo with Hamilton's Way.
I think
Another
Deegan.
photo that Salt
Sorry,
Spartan
Deegan.
and
I thought the 5 was going to blow through him.
0.4, 9 seconds.
The 6, La Chase. Was that the Castellano horse? All right. On to race 5. We're back to Keeneland. $10 horses. think we got 1, 2 scratches, so 9 horses. 6.5 furlongs, still in the dirt. So we got a little sprint. 3-year-old fillies, 3-year-olds and up. Yeah, it's so tough to win those routes going 9 furlongs from the lead. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're a jockey trainer, you're almost saying you need a horse that's gonna be a closing type, just because that seems like it's so tough going that far. All right, so race 5, Simply Complicated. Kenia Hernandez, Jose Gutierrez on the 1. We got Daring Hope, Marcelino Salas with the 2, 22-1, big price. Jose Rodriguez on the 3, Samarita, 12-1. Gennaro Garcia for the 4, Progeny, 6-1. Edgar Morales. Ismael Behena, Walter Rodriguez, the 6, Bella Cruella, 13-1. Big favorite in here, David Jacobson, Luis Saez, 3-5. Just taking an ass amount of money right now. For the 7, Antique Silver. Obviously, DRF had this horse projected to go off at 2-5. It's currently 3-5. So, whoa. And another Ismael Bahena, the 8, Calta. Emmanuel Esquivel mounting up on this one for... He's been a while since he's been on the horse, but gets back aboard. 9, Chief Lady, Steve Asmussen, Keith Asmussen will be the jockey. 6-1, taking some money. Probably has like your second choice in here just because there's not a whole lot of others. Another Kenia Hernandez, I believe that's Romero. Lucky Phoenix at 23-1. All right, so obviously the 7 is the one to beat. You get Saez aboard. He was on the horse last time. 6.5 furlongs, Churchill Downs, $40,000 claimer. Finished 4th. Faded. Absolutely faded. That was going back to the dirt after a turf race. So very interesting. See that one pointing back in here and taking money. A lot of money. Let's see. I'm sure that's kind of the 10 scratched out. That was the DRF pick. Hurricane Debbie, I believe, was the other one that scratched. Who was on the 10? Tyler Gafflin. Okay, so that was the other Jacobson horse. So he also has the 7 in here. So we put 2 in. Obviously, maybe scratch that one out just because he knows the 7 is the one to beat. So if you're trying to beat the 7, or if you're trying to put something with the 7, as far as exacta trifectas go, 7's going to be speed, going to be on the front end. Let's see if we can find a horse that could press, that could go with him. It looks like possibly the 9, Chief Lady, if they have any hopes of beating it. Maybe Bella Cruella can go as well. Just a super tough ask for those horses. Now, on the closing side of things, if we do have somebody that's going to go early, I thought we had one closer in the field. Not really. Maybe the 1, Simply Complicated, could be a closer. Everybody else just seems to kind of fall in wherever they end up. So definitely a tough ask for a lot of these other horses to try to beat out the 7 in here as well. So the 7 comes out of, like I said, a $40,000 claimer, was in for $102,000 allowances, and just really didn't do anything in those races either. I don't know. 58 was a speed figure. Caltha, the 8, has some speed that's a little bit comparable, but finished 2nd last time out in a 16K level optional claiming. So again, just a tough ask for some of these other horses. The Asmussen horse finished 10th. Just nothing to show for it whatsoever. You could find there's problems with every horse right now besides the 7, and that's why obviously the 7 is taking as much money. It looks like Kenya, the number 11, Lucky Phoenix, trained first time, switches barns, going to the Kenya Hernandez barn, but 0% there for the trainer. Kaltha, another one, Ismail Bahena, struggling. I think it's got a second and a third for the trainer. I mean, David Jacobson, obviously the trainer to beat in here as well. Gennaro Garcia for the 4-0 wins the trainer. The 2-0 wins for the trainer. Yeah. I mean, every other trainer in the race has not done fairly well for 2025 or even coming into Keeneland. So obviously, you know, the 7 is where, you know, the one you can beat, but I don't know if you're going to be able to beat her today. If you try to beat it with somebody, I don't know, maybe it's Asmussen. He is taking some money right now. It's just a big ask for, you know, a horse that's not done really a whole lot. Even on the workout side of things, nothing super flashy coming in. Even the 7's workouts don't look anything, but, you know, in this type of field, there's really nothing that any horse really needs. I guess the other one is getting talked up as the 4. Yeah, 4, 7-2. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty wise pick there, El Fantasma, the 7. Yeah, 3-5 though. You got to pair it with something else, unless you're playing it into a double or a pick 3. I don't know if this kicks off a pick 6. Yeah, if you're singling in the pick 6, maybe. I don't know. It's weird that they start the pick 6 with this race. So that makes me feel like they're not even certain if this 7 is legit. Because usually the pick 6 races are absolutely wild. I mean, just the 7 has everything going right. $130,000 purchase. Nobody else even has that money close besides the 4, really. Over $100,000 purchase. So, again, the 7, like I said, just a tough one in here to beat. If you want to try to beat it, I said the Asmussen horse, but I'm thinking more along the lines of maybe the 8. But it feels like that one just wants to run second. So I don't know. We do get Esquivel back aboard. Comes from Belterra Park. Just another big ask, and I just don't know if the 8's the right one to do it. I don't know what happened to the 9. It faded last time out. Churchill Downs going 6.5. Just nothing whatsoever for Asmussen that day. Huge price. 64 to 1 on Chief Lady last time out. And obviously didn't do anything. So, I mean, even the 7, when it's been heavily bet, it's not ran really well. So I don't know if you're looking to swing for the fences here or just play it safe and stay with the 7. Progeny was 50 to 1 last time out, and a $20,000 allowance, finished 8th in there. So there's no real consistency, again, outside the 7. The 2 was a pretty big favorite, winner last time out, but that was in the $15,000 level, Belterra Park. Just no consistency across the board. We're probably pretty close.
Jacobson, his horses.
I'm just going to play that in the background as we.
Saez on board looks to be the lone speed in here.
Yeah, she's prancing out there, feeling good too. Catha is up next. Manny Esquivel aboard for Ismail Bahena. Second beaten 3/4 of a length at Belterra last out, and an allowance race in the slot.
Andy liked the looks of the 9 Chief Lady in the paddock. Steve Asmussen, Keith James Asmussen, the rider. You got to put a line through that last race because she did no running.
And there's a scratch running out the post parade is Lucky Phoenix, 4 for 21 lifetime, coming off a 4th place effort at Horseshoe Indy 3.5 months ago.
That is the field for race number 5. We're 6 minutes away. The $16,000 claiming race, which means any one of these horses could be yours if you want to put down the 16 grand. They're going to go 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Let's check in with Andy.
Anthony, Joe, thank you. I honestly found it difficult to find any other horses outside of the 7 Antique Silver and the 9 Chief Lady. The 7 Antique Silver, looked at picture today. She's a tank of a filly, rather petite but very, very wide. But I do think, given the distance, it does put her at a little bit of a disadvantage. I know on paper, with the scratch of the 3, it doesn't seem like there's other speed, but I feel like with a short price like this, everybody in the race is going to try to go after her. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me at all if she got the job done today, but I thought the 9 Chief Lady made a lot of sense in here. Has just been facing better quality horses at Colonial, Gulfstream, and I think last time out, like I said, I don't think this filly appreciated the shift from Indiana to Churchill. She's a very nervous.
I don't know why their
very high
feed
stroke.
is so
I also
off
spoke to
today.
Steve Asmussen, asking him, you know, what else could have happened last time out? He said last time he ran her, he had no equipment on her face because, like I said, she can be kind of temperamental, so she had no figure eight, no tongue tie, nothing, was just free, and she possibly could have displaced. So he did add a tongue tie today, and she's been very well behaved with it thus far. So I think 5 to 1, a good price on her. I would box her with the 7.
Andy, thank you. Some good information there that the horse may have displaced. That would make it harder for the horse to breathe through the stretch. So if we put a line through that race, Chief Lady in the past has shown some early speed. So Joe, we've already talked about how we think the 7 is going to have the lead early. Could this be the horse, the 9, who pressures her early?
I think that's the only other likeliest one, and quite frankly, she's going to have to go back more than a year ago to show that speed. She was coming off a year layoff back in August of this year, and an allowance race at Horseshoe Indy in the slop. Didn't show much, was 4th beat in 8 lengths, and then at Churchill did absolutely no running at all. Her last 2 races off that year layoff, she ran an 18 and 31 buyer compared to mid-60s last year in 2024. So she's going to have to revert back to that form to really make any case for her in here.
Now, with that said, if we want to start making knocks on horses, the 7 Antique Silver made an easy lead last time out at Churchill and pretty much packed it in. Finished 4th by 13 lengths. Now, with that said, that was against tougher company. That was against $40,000 claimers. This horse has taken a big drop in for 16 today.
And I think that's what helps her a lot. If she was taking a slight drop from 40 to say 32,000, I probably would take a pass. But that is a very, very significant drop. And Liu's out of that race. I thought ran an absolutely tremendous race in there. So was 4th beating 13 in a field of 8, but it was just so hard to really pick anyone else, even saying that. And if you do want to poke holes at another hole in a 7, she's run this distance twice and has never hit the board. So the 6.5 is definitely a question mark. But on the flip side,
All right.
if
No
she does
clue.
get an easy lead,
I'm just trying to find some value. Obviously, the 7 going to be the big runner in here. I don't know what the 9. I know they're talking like, oh, throw out the last race, but like, why didn't the horse want to run that day? I don't know. It's yeah, it could bounce back, but we'll see. The 4 Progeny, for sure. I mean, probably the closest to the 7 right now, just because of consistency. Going to take a shot with the 6 and the 2. Going to put $5 to show on number 2. Pretty heavily bet last race, so we'll see if this one can at least hit the board with a $5 show bet. And then, like I said, the 7 should win this race. Going to try the 2 and the 6 underneath for a little bit of an exacta money builder. I mean, if you go 7 and the 9, you're going to have to put quite a bit of money to try to beat that out or to get, some value out of it. Again, the 4, yes, Progeny. If you're going with a win wager, might be smart just because of the consistency. Other than that, again, it's tough to beat the 7, so that's kind of what our angle looks like as of now. So, again, drop your number in the comments of who you're picking. Race 5 at Keeneland. Pretty good field. Obviously, the 7 is the big favorite. We got El Phantasma taking the 7, 4 to 5 right now. Everybody else patiently waiting. Ruben going with the 7 to 9. Hit that exacta last time, so rolling with it again. Good luck to everybody that's playing it. All right. So again, hit the likes. We got 7 with the 149. Okay, like that, Taz. We got Deegan, $20 to win on number 4, going with the upset, and 20 to show on number 8, Alta. Alta. Try 7 all 4-9. Yeah. Wide open.
Phoenix broke alertly from the far outside. Here comes Simply Complicated down toward the
Brake check.
now.
Dude, this feed is terrible today.
But Simply Complicated, though, responds to the challenge. Bella Cruella fights on between those two here early on as they head off the end of the backstretch. Progeny is close up fourth to the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. And a gap of 3 more lengths back to Daring Hope. Travels down against the rail, running about 5 lengths from the front. And then Chief Lady, who's wide to the far turn, 22.38 seconds, has 7 lengths to make up as they move midway on the turn. Further back, Caltha runs along next to last as they move for the top of the stretch. Lucky Phoenix broke well, but is now last. In the meantime, Bella Cruella moves up to challenge for the lead, just to the outside of Progeny. Quarter mile to go. Progeny inside, Bella Cruella to the outside. Simply Complicated has lost ground between that pair and fades to third as they move by the 8th pole. Bella Cruella to the outside of Progeny. Those two going at it. Antique Silver still has a lot of work to do. Daring Hope is trying to make progress toward the rail. 16th to go. Daring Hope up the inside. Progeny
4 is all over the track.
Bella Cruella to the outside. Progeny, Daring Hope to
2,
the
you
inside.
son of a gun.
Progeny, Daring Hope trying.
Alright, somebody had the 4 in the chat somewhere.
Was across the wire in third.
Nice. Deegan put 20 on the 4. That's a hit. In the Christmas colors. I had 10, $5 to show on number 2. Finished second.
Absolutely beautiful trip under Edgar Morales. Was laying third right behind the leaders on the backside. Rail opened up beautifully at about the 5/16 pole, snuck through there. Couple horses made it interesting down the stretch. Bella Cruella on the outside made a really good run. And then the number 2.
Figured it was a
long shot, Daring Hope,
that was a wild race.
made a run for it, but she ended
I
up
knew the 7 just 3 to 5 did not trust it.
Riot Super are going to be great in here with your heavy favorite off the board. Can we go back to the start? Because I thought the complexion of the race really changed right from the beginning of the race when the number 7, Antique Silver, who we expected to be the speed of the race, broke just fine, but was not on the lead as we go back to the start.
Crazy.
Luis Saez on board the 7. We know he's always going to be a hustling rider, and he
Boom,
was
boom.
7 to try to
6 to 1. Yeah, I think it ended up 9 to 2 on the 4. The odds were all over the place.
Didn't see that early speed from her like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, you could see her in the
Big run from the 2 though. Knew that horse was going to hit the board.
And it looked like she was going to try and open up for a second there, but could not go. You could see Louis kind of moving his hands there, and really, after an 8th of a mile, you
Try's got to pay like
she was in trouble. Just wasn't
$200 there, right?
a lot of horse the whole way, and on the flip side, you could see.
Oh no, that's definitely playing.
Absolute load of horse the whole
I think the 2 finished second, so that trifecta should pay
There's Progeny returning
huge
to
number.
the circle for trainer Gennaro Garcia and jockey Edgar Morales.
Huge number.
I'm going to step out. Matt Bernier will be with you when we come right back.
No matter what your horse's job is, we got you covered. OCD Pellets is a revolutionary bone of joint.
Anybody else with the 4 there?
protects and restores joints and bone in horses in all stages of life, even in utero. It helps
Man.
with conditions such as OCDs, bone fractures, arthritis, and more. Give your equine athlete the care they deserve. Build stronger bone and healthier joints with OCD.
Guess I should have used the exacta. Yeah, 7 was all over.
Your intimate sex life isn't what it
Did not want to run.
This could be the same issue that so many
It's about that, like, it's so hard in that type of race when that horse should not have been 4 to 5 just because there wasn't nothing in the past performances showed that it was 4 to 5 besides what Luis Saez aboard.
the bad news is that
I mean, he did have a little bit of speed, but
here at
nothing like.
we now have an
I mean,
affordable alternative to the little blue pill
yeah.
that can not only help you return to the love life you once had, but also help you regain the lust for life and self-confidence that you've been missing. And it's available right now for as little as $3 a pill. Call Steel Man Pills at the number on your screen right
All
now.
right, now we should be getting into some really good ones.
Charging your
All right,
relationship and
turn off. Thank you on the 2. Yeah, I just saw it. Threw it in last minute. It won last time out. Was pretty heavily bet, so I thought, nah, this one should be able to hit the board. The pace thing, I knew it was going to change up and could be a closer. I mean, that's kind of what it had to do was close or something, so it definitely got left at the gate. I thought it was going to win for a minute there. But the 4, definitely way too much. That horse was 10 to 1. Progeny was 10 to 1 on the morning line. Crazy with the how the odds change. On to the 6th. All right, still on the dirt. 6.5 furlongs, 2-year-old fillies, $85,000 maiden. Did that go off? Trifecta only paid $270. Wow. How does that only pay $270 with the 2 was like 30 to 1? 9 to 2 over 30 to 1 over 15 to 1 and you return 270. I mean the 10-cent super, even the favorite was left out of it and they only paid out 185. Huh. It just doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't seem right there, but my $5 show bet returned $30, so hey, winner. All right, race 6. Sorry, I had to check out the another maiden race. A couple that's had 1-2 starts, and then a couple that have yet to start. So another great betting race for the maidens in here. This is obviously for fillies. So the pedigrees again. Hold on. Let's see. Are we in race 5? Okay, race 6. Let's see. All right, number 1, Sudden Squall, Ethan West, Valea Machado. Filly by Volatile. 2 starts, $72,000 level, $94,000 level. Looked to be a little bit better than the 94. Works look pretty decent coming in. Rallied, so maybe a little late kick for Sudden Squall. We'll see if we have some faster horses that can get out early to kind of set up the pace for the 1. 2, got a lot of tempo. Robert Medina. Here's Tyler Gaffleone. Struggle Bus. I don't know if I trust him again. He's getting 12-1, so not really taking a whole lot of money. Bred by Claiborne Farms. This one's by Macklin's Music. First start for Robert Medina. 3 scratches out. The 4, you got Justice Edition at 7-2. Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz. This one's by Jimmy Creed. Some really good workouts. Sire is 32 for 261, so 12%. 0 for 2 on the dam side, though. Okay. Does have, I guess, a sibling that is 3 for 9. Started out the career 2 for 2. And then obviously you got the Irad and the Brad Cox effect going into play here. 5, Mighty Nora, Dallas Stewart, Keith Asmussen, Commonwealth Stables. Again, ran to the $92,000 level. Was beat out by Endless Glory. And they're finishing 3rd on the day. Workouts look pretty promising. She was outkicked in the deep stretch. It looks to be like one that's going to want to be on the lead or sitting close to it. Has some early speed. Again, one that could be a runner and to be, top 3. Nickel and Dime, 6, 9-2. Robertino Diodora, Luis Saez. Gonna have to rebound after that last one. $38,000 level, so his maiden race is a little bit lower than some of the other ones as far as the class goes. Finished 2nd by a neck. Last out, another one with some early speed. Camellia, Catalina, Robert Hess, Julian Leperoux. Pretty good price, 8-1 right now, so taking some money. White Fence LLC comes from Del Mar, so ships in from Keeneland. That's kind of interesting. We don't really see that a whole lot. I think there was a couple shippers from California yesterday. I don't think they did fairly well, so just kind of take note of that. Exits the key race, runner-up in the 6th place finishers, 55-65 in the next outing. So obviously came out of a pretty good field in that $82,000 maiden, where it came out of 3rd. Speed figures did regress. Going to test going a little bit longer, so 0 for 34 for the trainer with 2-year-olds. So I don't know if Robert Hess has that knack or not. Queen of Queens. We got Whit Beckman, $92,000, another one. Flevion Pratt gets the mat. Tyler Gaffleone is not on this one, but this one did run against Endless Glory and Mighty Nora last time out. And obviously those two fared way better than Queen of Queens. Cruvala DeVille, Mark Cassie, Christian Torres, 5.5 furlongs at Ellis Park. Really not much going on in there, but a good race. I think it was 4-1. Horses that kind of came back did really well. Does it want the distance? It's been off since July, so big time off here for Mark Cassie. Tallahassee, number 10, Ronald Marquette. I believe that's Evan Rahman. Where's it at? 48-1 here by Connect, first time starter. Big price, big price. The workouts, so. Probably the best one has been September 26th, 4 furlongs and 48. Sire is 20 for 201 with first timers, so 10%. The Dam, 3 for 5, not too bad. Took the maiden 11 starts, took the Dam 11 starts to break her maiden. So a lot going for this one, rightfully so, getting 47-1. Endless Glory, Kevin Rice, Axel Concepcion, Blick Stables, $92,000 maiden last time out. Good work back here at Keeneland, October 3rd, 4 furlongs and 47. I believe that's one of the fastest ones. Getting 2-1 right now for Endless Glory. Rightfully so. This one definitely needs to be into your top 3. Beating out, again, Mighty Nora in that last race. Trainer hits really good, 32% with maiden, second time out. Definitely should be the one to beat in here. Not saying if you're going to single it, but if you play like any type of exacta, trifecta keys, this would be a good place to put it, because this one I think is going to run back big from that second place finish. Know You Like a Book, John Enos, Adam Beschizza. Another one that has some really good works recently. By Volatile, 26-1, a big number. In here, the sire has some pretty good numbers, 15% winners. The dam, however, has produced 4 winners, but no debut winners. So usually second starts. Lemon Dancer's offspring usually wins. So again, this one could hit the board in here. Could be very interesting at a big price, 26-1. So take note of Know You Like a Book. So, I mean, this is what we asked for. I mean, 6.5 furlongs. We have 2-year-old fillies, 85K maidens, perfect of what we want. So, like I said, 11 should run big. Got to put that one in your ticket. If you're going the Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz, use that one in your ticket. I like Mighty Nora possibly running back again with Endless Glory. Should be able to run him down. Looks really good. Again, I think Luis Saez could run big here after a disappointing last race out. The other one is the 12, Know You Like a Book. The Dam produces 4 winners, but not on debut. The trainer's at 15%, so this one could go either way. I think this one could hit the board in here first, or hit the board second or third. If you play a superfecta, Know You Like a Book could be one to throw in as well. Thought we had one more that was kind of interesting on the workout sides. Nickel and Dime has a decent workout. Like I said, Luis Saez, does he kind of rebound off of whatever that disappointing last race? Mighty Nora, 13-1. Again, ran third to Endless Glory. Should run big again here. And then you got Machado on the inside. Another one that put a pretty good workout in at 47-3, going 4 furlongs at Turfway Park. So I think we're building out a superfecta, maybe a trifecta coming into this race. A couple horses that we like for sure underneath. We got Dan is back. Pick 3 into the 2 in the 8th. Ambassador Blue. 1, 8, 11, 12. 2, 11, 2 is the main ticket. 2-year-old. Yeah, 2-year-olds 8, 1, 11, and 12. Yeah, the 11 I just said could run big here on the second ask. The 12 I think runs big. I think could be one that hits the board for us. What was your other one? You had the 1. Yeah, Sudden Squall, the 8. Queen of Queens, big price, 13-1, has definitely taken a lot of money from the 20-1 morning line. And again, there's Flavion Pratt coming in, taking the spot where Tyler Gaffalione was. Just don't know about the distance. It says it tired out in the last out, but just a little extra half furlong's all it needs. So it should be easily good to go. The 4, again, you got Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz. That one's just going to take money, as it should. Luis Saez, don't know what to do with him. Right now, just ran in a low-level maiden race compared to some of these other horses. The 7 is taking money. Camellia Catalina from Del Mar. Don't understand that. Queen of Queens should run a better race. Blinkers come off. 30% win angle for the trainer. First time Pratt. Known to move up. Gets an extra half furlong after a slow break. I don't know. The blinkers coming off could be interesting. Could help or hurt the horse. And here. definitely a race, you know, you take a shot. You know, if you like one of the favorites, I mean, you're getting 9-5 right now on Endless Glory, though. If you like one of the other favorite or one of the others that are a little bit better value than 9-5, like the 6 or even the 4, I mean, I think you still have to use the 11 in your exactas or in your trifectas, or even if you're building out a superfecta, this would be a really good race to do it, because I think it could definitely pay. Especially like if Dan takes the 8, 1, 11, 12, I mean, that superfecta could easily pay big numbers depending on who comes in first, second, third, fourth, or how it finishes. So pretty good, I wouldn't say wide open race. I do like the 11 here. But I mean, one for sure that, you know, there's going to be value. Let's check him out in the paddock. 12, big gray horse. Love the color on the 12 right now. And again, maybe, you know, looking at when you do these maiden races, it's not like, okay, this horse should win kind of thing or anything like that. But you're trying to find horses that can just hit the board at these bigger prices, especially, I think we were talking about the 12, 30-1. I mean, there's no reason that this horse could not hit the board unless it, you know, and this, maybe it's just not a runner. I mean, we got the pedigree volatile. I mean, they're always good runners. And you got 15%. First-time starters, 4 volatile. The Dam, however, like I said, produces 4 winners, but the winners haven't been on debut. They've ran well at their first ask, but have never won on debut. But I think this one could be one that could definitely come in and win. The workouts, however, are just kind of a little bit slower than some of the 11 and the 4. But again, we're only using the 12 to hit the board, or hopefully hit the board. If we don't box it, then that'll be our own fault. But the other one kind of being talked about, Queen of Queens, the 8 with Beckman, Flavion Pratt, comes out of the 92 level. Again, ran against Endless Glory and Mighty Nora. Didn't have anything that day, but it does get Flavion Pratt. Mighty Nora is 11-1. Ran right with Endless Glory, who's the favorite. So it gets an extra half furlong, good speed figures. A really good work coming in as well. So Mighty Nora could take a step forward. I mean, the 11 should take a step forward. The 5 could take a step forward. The Sire Global Campaign, I don't think I have much on that, but the workout alone looks really good on that last ask on September 30th. And then you have, again, just the Irad effect and the Brad Cox effect with the 4. So pretty good race, not necessarily wide open, but there's definitely some contenders in here that have some value. That could be a really good pay for sure. There's that 12 horse again.
100% has to get out the gate a lot better than what she did. I don't think the post is going to hurt her. She's drawn way outside in the 11 hole, but if she breaks sharp, I think you get a good kind of mid-pack, hopefully right behind the leaders.
Now, in your history riding, should it just be assumed that she's going to get out of the gate a little bit sharper, or is that kind of a slippery slope to assume?
Slippery slope. I think it's going to help her. Her last work, and I watched it on the Keeneland workout where she went 47 flat. Very, very impressive workout. So if she can break like she did in that workout, she should be close.
Post parade begins here for race number 6. You see the one horse going by that is Sudden Squall. Third timer from Ethan Westbarn. Got a lot of tempo. The 2 horses 17-1, a debut runner, Robbie Medina. Robbie's already had a giant meeting when he won the TCA last weekend. We'll see what he can do here with this first timer. The 3 is out, and then Justice Edition, Joe. Yeah, 7-2 on the board. First time starter for Brad Cox, Big Philly by Jimmy Creed, 7-2. Mighty Nora, who's the paddock pick for Andy B, coming up here at 11-1. Second. They may have tightened the screws a little bit.
And I feel like Dallas' horses too are a lot better too. Second time out. Nickel and Dime is up next at 9-2, coming in from Remington Park. Just got beat a neck in her debut.
I like Nickel and Dime, 6 horse. Camilla Catalina, third timer from Bob Hess Jr. barn, coming in from California. First 2 starts, one on dirt, one on turf. Going to be getting back over the main track here. Queen of Queens at 16-1. Flavian Pratt out for Whip Beckman.
Yeah, it does get blinkers off today. Didn't show too much in her debut. Was 8. Beaten 14, and here's a 9-horse Provella DeVille coming off a 2.5-month layoff, 4th beaten 4 at Ellis Park on a good listed turf course.
Tallahassee, first timer for the Ramo Pet Barn. This is a half to Sassicaia, who was a great stakes winner up in New York. 2-year-old daughter by Connect, 50-1 for the debut.
And there's your current favorite, Endless Glory, 2-1 on the board for Kevin Rice. We saw that backtrack with second.
All right, get your picks in. About 7 minutes
Very nicely kicked.
left.
Know you like a book. I had to really spell that
So
one out.
far, looks like we got Deegan's going to 6, 11, 12.
John Ennis Barn on the outside. Debut
We took 6, 11, 12. Well,
She is 20.
race 6, 11, 12, 5, 4. Super, trifectas, exactas. We're boxing everything. I think this is a very wide open race. $10 to show on number 12. I just think this horse can hit the board.
Got a lot of tempo. Her works up to her most recent one were a little bit tepid. Did last time out, you just let her roll.
What happened?
This track, she's still a little green, but she's fit, so I think she'll be okay.
It's a beautiful filly. How did you feel about the way she handled everything today with the big crowd and such?
She's done everything right. She hasn't put her foot in the wrong place. We still got to get to the gate, but she does everything right in the morning. The only thing she kind of wants to run a little in and out. So with an inside post, I actually think that might help her, where she could just stay in there and not have to walk on her a little bit.
Best of luck, Robbie.
Thank you very much.
Robbie, thank you. 2-year-old daughter by McLean's Music got a lot of tempo. Found it interesting that Tyler Gaffney takes them out here. I know it's a bit of an oddity. It's only a sample of 30.
On at 16-1 on first time starters, but I would, even though that 3%, trust me, Tyler's agent doesn't get many calls if they're not live, so I would have to think this horse does it. And I mean, the works at the Thoroughbred Center in Lexington, I mean, they look just okay, a couple pedestrian half miles, but 47 and 4, 17 best of 83, looked like a little spark last time on October 3rd.
Maybe I have dumbed this down way too much, but the reason I went to the 6 Nickel and Dime, I look at the horses that have run in the afternoon so far. None of them are overly quick. Maybe a first timer's going to pop. Maybe Brad's horse could be sharp out of the blocks. Nickel and Dime I know is fast. Now, it says broke first. I don't really agree with that. This horse was probably about 3/4 off of it first and then quickly kind of pulled up the lead. It's not like this one beat the gate, but 7's beating a little more than 7. I mean, you ran a winning race. You didn't win on a debut, but you basically did. You did everything but your picture.
All right.
The Remington form not going to translate. Is it the Diodoro factor where Barnes a little bit on the
Too much streaming. Put them in. We got Armando taking the 11.
I thought the 6 was going right in front.
Well, you can see too with Louis warming his horse off. This gets
6 looks pretty good. Taking some money. That's the one they're talking about right now.
I've seen Louis on a horse that showed speed, him taking him back.
Right.
I mean, he's definitely, which I love that about.
Gonna have some speed on this one for sure.
Speed horse. I love the fact to where he's always in a position where it's moving forward. Really, and unless you see him, you know, behind horses on the turf, or unless he's stuck in behind. I love how he's always moving forward on horses to keep him in that upward position.
4 horses have come back out of that race. The winner was the only one that regressed in the next start. Dropped back 16 points on the buyer scale. The other 3 improved by 29, 14, and 11. I'm taking it as a positive, and at 5-1, I'm happy to gamble. Again, call me Captain Obvious if you will, but I just, unless somebody else suddenly shows a big change up in running style, there's only one certainty to me, and that's the 6 has got to go, and I think you can take them a long way in here.
And even though it was Remington Park, and they did go much into those fractions, but to me, I don't care where they race. There's nothing like a start. You know, that whether
Experience.
Experience is key, especially with 2-year-olds. It's one thing if it's an older 3 or 4-year-old making their first start and they've had 14 workouts before and the screws are tight. I mean, there's really nothing like a race, and a good race too. Like you said, just got beat a neck pretty much ran a winning race.
Andy B. and Cone, we know that you're intrigued by the 5 Mighty Nora. Who's another horse that we can keep our eye out for?
Well, Matt, I feel like I had to take a stand between the 3 horses taking play, and I would put my check mark next to the 11 Endless Glory. I thought her effort on debut at Churchill Downs was credible. She came with a great late rally. This is a filly who had been working over the synthetic up at Presque Isle, so I actually think it helps her fitness-wise that she has that run over the dirt coupled with the work on the dirt here. She was heavy last time out, and I do think she looked tighter today. She's an interesting filly because without the tack, without the rider, she's...
My gosh. No idea why it's lagging.
And I do think the 2 got a lot of tempo. Can maybe hit the board at 16-1 for Robbie Medina. How I would play this race is I would box the 11 with the 5 and use the 2 to hit the board.
2 minutes post, guys. Drop them in the chat. Post your comment of what number you're picking or what angle you're betting. Best of luck. Again, I think the 11 runs big. We got Armando on the 11. Deegan taking the 6, 11, 12. Dan 8, 1, 11, 12. So we're covering the horses pretty well in here. Really good sprint race for maidens. Lining up for race 6 at Keeneland. Again, if you're on the video, make sure to like. We're at 22 likes, 40 people watching. So make sure to hit that like button. Just leave a comment saying hello, that you're stopping in. Let's win some money. All right. Go back to the sound.
I don't feel that way about any of the 5 races coming up.
No.
Deegan, 20 to show on the 12. All right.
8 to 5 favoritism with the 11 Endless Glory. The second timer going out for Kevin Rice.
Money, money, money. Let's go.
The mount here. Second choice is the first timer for Brad Cox. We haven't talked a ton about Justice Edition. Have to Artesless, who was a grade 6 winner going long on turf, did win on debut.
Great betting race.
Tepid, second choice at 4-1, and then third choice is the 6, being nickel and dime.
Quick route, so we'll see what we get. 6.5 furlongs, 2-year-olds. Spam that like button. Put your number in the chat. Let's go. Somebody does not want to go in. 12. Win place show on number 5. Like it.
Last one walks up. Goes in, they're in. Post.
Somebody's standing up on there. Is the 2 or the 3? Oh no, that's the 4. Irad's off the horse. Uh-oh. 4's being backed out.
Justice Edition backs out of the gate.
And it's a long time in the stalls for 2-year-olds.
Examined and approved to move back in the line. Jockey back aboard. Locked up, ready for a start.
There we go.
Know You Like a Book in Tallahassee broke alertly. Those two come right to the front in the opening strides. Queen of Queens is right there. Camila Catalina down toward between horses toward the inside, toward the center of the pack. Tries to find some running room. In a close spot there early on out of the gate, but now settles down. Back up front, Tallahassee has the lead outward from the rail by just a net. Justice Edition moves up the inside into the second position. Mighty Nora will go third on the outside as they enter the far turn. And got a lot of tempo. Is racing in fourth down toward the inside. They are followed by Know You Like a Book, who moves up a wide fifth, 3 lengths off the lead as they head onto the turn. Camila Catalina comes next. Then Sudden Squall, Endless Glory is running 8 lengths from the lead, has to go wide around the far turn. And then further back, Corvala DeVille is next. Queen of Queens is traveling next to last as they move for the top of the stretch. Nickel and Dime has to go wide from last. They're stacking up 5 across the racetrack. Endless Glory coming forward with Camila Catalina. Camila Catalina gets the jump on her and opens up by 3, by 4, by 5. Coming past the 8 ball.
Oh!
Got a lot of tempo, stumbled and unseated the rider in the stretch. There's a gap of 5 more lengths as they move through the final furlong. Back to Mighty Nora in second. A 16th to go. Camila Catalina, Julian Leperoux aboard. Camila Catalina to win it. It is Mighty Nora home in second. Know You Like a Book was third. Close for fourth. Endless Glory or Sudden Squall for the fourth spot.
I don't know who that was. It took us.
Catalina, the winner of race number 6. Obvious concern here at Keeneland. We'll let you know when we get an update.
Man. I did not touch the 7. I don't know who. Somebody went down hard. The horse just like was drifting out and it was just like it hit a hole. And just like, no, that, yeah, that looked like the horse was getting up though.
Improve your overall health. We have great news. With Medicare and private insurance, you may qualify to receive regular replacement supplies with free home delivery at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Using old equipment and supplies can make you sick. New equipment like tubing, filters, new masks, and cushions every 90 days can improve your sleep and keep you healthy.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Medicare or insurance plan make it.
I don't know who that was or what horse that was that went down. That was pretty rough. Anybody got an idea of who that was? Oh, I think it was Gaffleone. Like, no way that was Tyler Gaffleone, right? Yep, 2 horse with Gaffleone went down. Oof. They're not even like talking about who.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the FanDuel TV studios. And we're not going to be here for long because we're going there and saying hello to a good friend of mine. We are just minutes away from the start of Santa Anita today as they kick off another 4-day.
Yeah, I don't know.
My good friend, colleague, and really the person I go to for everything, as we all do, Christina Blacker, live on site.
All right. Well, we'll just kind of wait that one out. That sucks. Hopefully Tyler's okay. That sucks. He just came back from his injury, obviously. Terrible. Hate to see it, obviously. But it did not look good. Somebody said it looked awful. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But all I've seen that it was number 2. Got a lot of tempo. Just, you hate to see that with first-time starters, too. Like, it's the worst part of the game. Pretty sure that was 7, 5, and 12 is how they finished. I don't know. Damn. But I'm sure they're going to look at it. 7, 5, 12. Actually, 7, 5, 12, 11. Ugh. Sick beat. I mean, I didn't have the 7 at all. I don't know. Shipping from Del Mar. Obviously, it shipped to Del Mar for some... it was 7, 5, 12, 11. Ashish, there you go. 7, 5, 12, 11. I do believe. I don't think there's going to be like any changes, inquiries, or anything like that. 10 to 1 over 9 to 1. The 12 was 31 to 1. We had it for $10 to at least show. Deacon Society had $20 to show on number 12. So that should come back a pretty decent price. Once this does go final, it looks like it did. So yeah, 7 to 5 exacta paid $98. The trifecta comes back $1,000. 10-cent super, $911. Again, hopefully Tyler Gaffleone is all right. Bad spill on number 2, just looked awful. We got the $5 show bet. I thought we put 10 on it. Looks like we only put 5 on it. $5 to show on number 12, so we got a $35 return there. We'll take it. On to race 7. Like I said, hopefully Tyler Gaffleone is okay. If we see anything or whatever, we'll kind of let you guys know. But did not look good. And obviously, they cut the feed. The Keeneland, I believe that's him right there. Whoops.
And another upset here to kick off this pick 6 with the giant carryover. Camilla Catalina, Joe, scores nearly $24 coming back your way for every 2 you bet to win. Mighty Nora, a good shout for Andy running second, $10 to place, and then Know You Like a Book rounds.
So I believe Tyler Gaffleone did get up. I don't know about the horse though.
Coming in for Bob Hess from Del Mar, her last start. Tried to turf with Sturb, but in her first start ran a good second on dirt. Pays a very healthy $23. How about that dollar exact at $98.96?
I'm not sure.
Taking the first 2 legs of the pick 6, that $1 double, $69.
Yeah, we have separated some people along the way, and it doesn't get any easier from here, in my opinion. I think there are some very live horses at prices in the later races.
Yeah, and speaking of the later races, let's move on to the late pick 4. Race number 7 kicks off there. Mile and 3/16 on the turf course that is listed as good. And then, look, co-favorites at 9 to 5. Let's begin with Vina Arana. Caton, this is a
Adrena, I have no clue if that's how you say it.
at 9 to 5, she can certainly win.
I don't know why. I'm trying to translate it because I don't know what you're saying. Sorry.
In a pro type of a situation, but she won as favored going a mile at Saratoga in her most recent start, which was back in August
All right.
last year.
Race 7.
You know she can run well fresh.
Gotta pick up something. 120 people checking out the channel, so appreciate everybody stopping by. Make sure to say hello in the chat. Leave us a like or just leave a comment. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate everybody stopping in for the Friday Keeneland card. It's been fun. We've hit a couple show bets. We really haven't hit anything bigger than a couple long shot shows. So we'll see if we can back that up again. We might as well just keep rolling. we'll just go another show bet here. So we'll try to find another long shot and roll another $5, $10 show bet. All right. Back to the turf. Let's go. This is what we... I don't know. It looked like Tyler Gaffalione was up. It looked like he was walking along the rail. Like back to the paddock area. The horse, I don't know. It looked pretty rough for the horse. Like the horse was drifting out and just went down. Complete, just the legs just right from under it. So I have no clue about the horse. I have not seen anything. As far as that, I did think Tyler Gaffalione was up. So, but I have not seen anything on the horse. Okay, so you got Adrena said that you got a bet for Sunday. I'm guessing that's what that says. Maybe. No idea. The 7 won the last race at Keeneland. Neomar. Number 7. We're getting ready to pick race 7. All right, number 1, good game. Rudolph Brissett, Florent Giroux. Big turf race here. Again, mile and 3/16. 2 turns. Seems to be one that's taken to the turf. I don't know if the mile 3/16 is what the horse would rather have. Looks like shorter might be the best for the 1, but a big price, 26-1 for Brissett and Florent Giroux. 2, Vina Arana, Jack Sisterson, Johnny Velasquez. Haven't seen him all day, and here he is. On the 2-1 right now on Vina Arana. Broke its maiden, I believe, once it came to the States. A big-time closer. That's kind of what you want to see in these long route races on the turf is, a horse that's able to close. So, big time breaking the maiden at $100,000 level at Saratoga. Going a mile, so going a little bit further. Shipped in from Ireland, so second start from shipping. Definitely should run pretty big yet again. The 3, scratched 4, Cha-Cha-Chucka, Mike Maker, Irad Ortiz. Mike Maker on these long routes, I don't know, the horses just run so well for him. And he just kind of primes them up when going longer. 5, Freak City, Magda Jacobs. I believe that's Juan Hernandez. Surely that's not Juan Hernandez. I'm about to go check that. Jan Hernandez. Sorry. 2 seconds the last 2 times was on the slop at Belterra Park. Then was on the fast off track again at Belterra Park. So probably not much of a class field for Freak City. 6, we have Haystack. Again, Whit Beckman, Luis Saez. Stretching out. Last time, well, it's been a while. July 2024, the last time the horse went any type of distance on turf. Finished 3rd in there, and then has just been sprinting. A little bit of 1 mile races in between. So I don't know. The distance could be an issue. But I kind of like the switch up and trying to go longer and then giving Luis the mount. Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione. Hopefully he's all right. I don't see anything that he's off his mounts as of now. I'm sure he's going to have to get checked out, but I do believe he was standing up, walking around. I still haven't seen anything posted about it, so he should be on. Number 7, El Jury. For Shadwell Stables, Brendan Walsh, again, 11-1. Good price here. Comes out of some allowances, not really much doing for this horse. Tyler was on the horse when it broke its maiden. So we'll see if he can kind of bounce back after that. All I've seen so far on number 2, on 2 horse in the last race, is that they did van the horse off. I think it walked into the van or whatever it is on its own power. That's all I've gotten so far. So I don't know if anybody else has seen anything different. I believe Tyler Gaffalione is all right. I think he's going to continue on his mounts. The horse was vanned off. Don't know the jockey on the 5. Yeah, the Jan Hernandez. I've never heard of that one. 8, Anel, Carlos David, Nick Juarez. Won a mile and 1/8 last time out. Pretty good number there, 75, but finished 9th. Just nothing. Another one that could be a closer. So gonna need to run a big race. Does have a really good workout though on the Keeneland track. 9, Unmerited Favor. Andrew just dropped this one in the chat at 7-1. Maiden breaker last time out. A guy that we haven't heard of yet today, Jose Ortiz. This one has some distance under his belt at Kentucky Downs back in September. Mile and 5/16 there, breaking the maiden at the 179 level. Big time runner. Seems to be one that, okay, the routes, the longer distance is what this horse prefers. Very interesting here. We're getting 7-1 quietly on Unmerited Favor. 10, Sheila's Lion. Keith DeSormo, James Graham. Comes out of the Old Dominion Oak. A little stakes race, I believe at Colonial. A mile and 1/8 in there, finishing 8th. But did run back a mile and 3/16, breaking the maiden at the 74 level. A little lower, but at least breaking the maiden going this distance. 11, Fleetingly. Favorite, Chad Brown, Flevion Pratt. Broke the maiden at 118. Comes into an allowance and some optional claiming races. Just seconds and thirds. So pretty consistent runner. Another one that comes from Ireland back in 2024. And has been in the States ever since, just running these route races pretty consistently. We got Justin taking the 2 over the 8 and the 11. So we got the 2. Where do we go? Vina Arana with Johnny Velasquez, his first mount of the day. Over the 8 in Anel, and over the 11 Fleetingly. Good luck there. And the 12, we have Heart Spin at 47-1. Big price in here for Anna Navarrete with Walter Rodriguez. Another one coming out of an allowance race. Kind of hit or miss. Does the horse want the distance? Probably better going a mile. I don't know if it really wants to go the extra 3/16. So you got your favorites. The 11. And what was the other one? And the 2, Vina Arana. Kind of 2 Irish bred horses coming in. Both breaking the maidens at really good levels. A lot of these horses breaking their maidens at a high up level of over 100,000. So that's obviously something, or things that you want to see. Gonna be a long race for sure. You got 2 that's gonna come from off the pace, and I thought the 10 coming from off the pace, the 11 off the pace, and the 12 possibly coming a little bit off the pace too. Rightfully so. That's kind of what you get in these types of routes. Looks like the 7 could be your early speed. The 6 could go out early. And maybe the 1 changing it up and goes early as well. So pretty wide open route race in here. You have 2 horses that are, taking some money but not being bet too heavily. We got 5-2 and I think like 2-1 on the 11 horse. So, I mean, a really good wide open race for sure. You got Mike Maker and the things that he does with these route races, but Brad Ortiz does jump off of that horse. Flevion Pratt jumps off of that horse to go to number 11, so the favorite, currently in here, fleetingly, with Chad Brown, rightfully so. And easily could be a big runner for the Resolute Racing barn. If you look at back statistics on the turf, the 6 has really good numbers. 20 starts, but he's only won once on the turf, but he's earned over $205,000. If you look at the Keeneland turf, I don't know if there's very many. Again, the 7 is familiar with the Keeneland turf, the 6, and that's really about it. Everybody else is just kind of hit or miss. At the distance, again, horses just don't run this distance quite a bit. Again, the 6 has ran the distance just because the 6 is like 20 starts. And the 10 has a win at the distance and only 5 starts, so that's something to take note of. 10, Sheila's Lion, 5 starts. The only win the horse has received is went this distance, 1 mile and 16th. Does get James Graham aboard. Does not go with Arietta or Axel Concepcion or even Julian Leperoux for that fact. So that's kind of something to take note of. Not really taking money, but just kind of holding true. So number 10 could be our show bet in here. Definitely going to have to run a big-ass race to hit that show board. 11, pretty consistent as well at this distance. And 12, yet to run this distance. We'll go up. I think we got like 8 minutes. Check out the DRF. Number 9 is what the DRF is taking with the 2 and obviously the 11. So pretty much the 2, 9, and 11 all being the favorites in here, or close enough to the favorites. Like I said, Mike Maker's just super sneaky in this type of race. Pretty wide open. I mean, yeah, the 2 Irish bred horses should run well. And the 2 and the 11. Vina Arana fleetingly, rightfully so. Jack Sisterson, Johnny V. And then down here on the 11, we got Chad Brown, Flavion Pratt. Like, those 2 horses definitely should go. I do like the closing speed on the 10. The more I look at it, the more interesting it gets. I mean, it does have a win under this distance, so could be something to think about there. As we've kind of had pretty good luck betting the show bets more than the other bets, I guess. The 8 Anel comes in from Saratoga. I don't know what to do with Tyler Gaffalione. I keep saying that, and he's just not done anything for us today, so I'm going to steer clear. I can see the 6 Haystack running a pretty good race with Luis Saez aboard. I don't know about Freak City. I just don't know the jockey. Again, the Maker, the 2 should run well. And then you got Rudolph Brissett. Can't forget about Florent Giroux. I believe this is his first mount for this race. So, could be interesting at a good number in here at 24-1 for a horse that's kind of, been running some long distance routes. You got Jose on the 9. That's another tough one to deal with as well. I think we're on race 7. All right, we'll go over to the paddock. Watch him come out.
She did win at a mile and 3/16, 2 back. She beat Caviar Breakfast, who won here yesterday. And I thought the run 3 back at Churchill was pretty okay. There was no real running from the back, with the exception of her. So I'll take a stab there. Talk about all of our selections in a bit more. But guys, the post parade begins with the number 1. Good game.
Yeah, coming off a 7th place effort at Kentucky Downs and a 1 out the Dan allowance race, going to be 5 lengths.
I think she's kind of a right long shot, though. I think the distance will be fine. And now that she's not at Kentucky Downs, I think she'll be a little happier. Vina Arana, 2nd time starter in the U.S. First off a long, long layoff.
3 is a scratch. Yes, Cha-Cha Chuka. My top pick should be in front early on. Freak City's up next. 1 for 13. Lifetime. 2nd place effort last time out at Bell Terra. Big long shot at 45.
Now here's Jason Worthstore's Haystack. Has won previously. here at Keeland does some of her best running here. I think she's interesting as she stretches out.
Yeah, number 7, Algeri's up next, coming off a 2-month layoff for the very hot barn of Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gatlin, we're happy to see that he's fine from that spill earlier, 12-1.
And now, as a little bit of early speed and a bit of a late kick, was winner at a mile and a 16 back at Churchill against a little easier. The 9, Unmerited Favor, comes off a victory, does move up in class here. She's going to win the distance for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Sheila's Lion up next, big long shot. Hard spin is going to round out your post break. Big long shot on the board at 46-1. Walter Rodriguez aboard 1 for 16 lifetime, 6th place effort at Kentucky Downs and her last start.
There is the field for race number 7. You have 4 minutes to get your wagers into the FanDuel Racing app or racing.fanduel.com. Andy B. and Cohen standing by. Andy was a good shout for the runner-up in the last race at a big price. Who do we like in race 7?
Matt, I'm going to take the 2, Vina Aranya, as my top selection here. I know she's running with a very lengthy layoff. And Jack Sisterson, more of the type who likes to run his horses into condition. But I have to say, this filly looks sharp and she looked fit coming into this race. She's proven off the layoff in the past. Granted, maybe not as big of a layoff as this one, but I do think she's taken a step forward in the right direction. She looks like she's grown quite a bit since the last time I've got eyes on her, but she's a beautiful filly overall, dappled from head to toe, and like I said, she just looked the part in the paddock.
All right, drop in the chat, comment what horse you're going with. Make sure to leave a like
She was way out of it
on the channel.
fractions, had to go 7 wide and have that burst, that explosive burst through horses. So I think that is going to be very helpful for her here. She's going to be my top pick, but I like the number 7, El Jury, as well for Brendan Walsh. You guys said it yourself, Brendan's been having an electric meet, to say the very least. And I know El Jury has to take a step forward numbers-wise, but physically a beautiful filly. I like that Tyler Gaffleon gets back aboard her. She's another one who should sit a forward trip on this good turf course as well. And another thing, she likes Keeland. She's proven here on this turf course, so I always think that helps horses. But she's a big price right now, 13-1. I would use her underneath the 2.
Well, and to Andy's point, you know, El Jury.
All right, we got Irad in the 4 for Deegan, $20 a show on the 8. Win place exacta 4, 8, and 10. Wide open race.
I felt like you needed a lot of coverage. I can make a good, strong case for El Jury. I think she will handle the distance better than a lot of them in this field. She's by Medaglia d'Oro out of Galileo Mare. I really think she's got a good foundation, too. And her race at a mile and 3/16 last spring wasn't bad. I think she's more mature now and a better filly. But it almost looks as if Brendan has pointed her for this spot. That's good enough for me. The way
Kicked off. There's only 4 horses in here that have run in the low 80s. I think Buyer Par is 83, and everyone else is capable of running mid to high 70s. And the Cadence Point, I think that's what made this race so tricky. Any one of these fillies and mares could definitely.
This is buyers in every single start.
Yeah.
I love that. And Unmerited Favor went from a 50 in a career debut to a 77 in her most recent winning maiden breaking effort. She's a good price at 7-1.
And she's cutting back in distance.
Yeah.
So to emphasize how difficult things have been to start for this pick 6, this is the halfway point, this race right here. If you connect on this pick 3 sequence, the worst you can do is to the 11 fleetingly, and for 50 cents that would come back 112. For 50 cents, so for $1 you're looking at about $1.
All right. Darlin possibly taking the 1. Maybe that's Antonito Jorge's on the 1. Stormcat. I believe that's $10 on the 6. Haystack. Nice. All right, 253 people in here, so make sure to leave a comment of who you're picking in race 7. We got 0 minutes to post. Go and like the channel, share the stream. spam the chat. Whatever you would like. Let's get this race started. I'm going to do a quick refresh before they get into the gate. Just because we're lagging a little bit. There we go. All right, should be better now. Wide open.
Few horses left to load. It's race number 7, a mile and 3/16 on the turf course that's listed as good. Kurt Becker's got the call.
All right, guys. Again, smash that like button. Throw your numbers in the chat. Let's get a big winner. We're going long on the turf. And the 6 takes out the 5.
Has the early lead, has it by half length. Steadily starts to move by as they head on to the first turn. In the meantime, it is Sheila's Lion, who's pretty determined to move up on the outside now. Right alongside the leader to second. Round the outside of Manel in third. Haystack is fourth up on the outside, followed by Chaka, who's fifth back toward the inside. Bina Arana between horses, a lane off the rail. In favor, 1 lane off the rail around the first turn in ninth, and running nearly 10 lengths off the lead to the gap of 2 more lengths back to Freak City next to last. And Hard Spin trails 24.21 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch, Sheila's Line on top, leads it now by a length and a half to El Jury, second a length, and Nell is third down toward the inside by a head. Haystack is fourth, taking third, and now challenging for second to the far outside, midpoint of the backstretch. And then Chaka's next to the inside, running along in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Bina Arana alongside her in the 6th position, followed by Good Game, and then fleetingly toward the outside, who's 7 from the front, 48.53 seconds was the time for the first half mile. On to the far turn they go. Sheila's Lion, El Jury begins to draw alongside. Haystack joins them. Haystack, though, has to go to the far outside around the turn, third, a length off the front pair, and Nell is fourth, back toward the inside. Bina Arana is in fifth, fleetingly a wide 6/4 mile to go. Haystack is moving up on the outside of El Jury to challenge for the lead. And then Nell behind horses. Now here's Bina Arana. Here's Bina Arana moving forward, up to challenge. Unmerited Favor's going to run late, and Nell's diving to the inside. And Haystack is still there. Unmerited Favor has the clear run.
Jose! And it locks up with Jose. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what is going on with like Keeneland's feed today. I don't know if it's mine. Jose Ortiz got him one.
And that was a great stat that we showed earlier, too. She's improved her buyer every single start, and hey, now we'd have to think the same thing for Hay.
She did it again. You know, that is such a strong stat. If a horse is really able, race after race after race, to get better and better and better, they sort of continue in that.
That's a good one there. Number 9. Yeah, I think Andrew, had that one. Nice pick, Andrew.
Absolutely no problem. She also benefited from Jose Ortiz in the zone.
Attaboy. I don't know what else we had there. 9, maybe 8. 11? 9, 8, 11? No, 9, 11. Yeah, 9, 11. Not sure if who was on the inside there.
It would set up for someone coming from way back. You could see the ISO right here on him. Right when she switches leads, throws a few crosses, and he goes to the left-handed stick. I mean, she just absolutely...
Wide. Oh, stepped into.
My horse had to steady a little bit in between horses. It didn't matter. It was not moving as quickly as the wind.
Are they going to take a look at this?
To run into a horse like Unmerited Favor here for Kenny McPeak.
9-11-8, the unofficial order.
9-11-8, okay.
9-2 over 8-5 over 9-1. If you connected on that pick 3 to kick off the pick 6, 163 and some change for 50 cents. Pick 6 is going to pay.
Yeah, I think it was 9-11-8. I was writing it down when they said it, but I think it was 8. I wrote down 9-11, but I think they had the 8 too. Yeah, we'll go back. We'll swing back to it and check it out here in a second. I think the 8 got third. We'll wait for race 8. Nice. I hope you had a bunch on her, Andrew. That was a good one. I think it went off at 9-2. Yeah. Oh well, either way. I don't know why it's taking so long. I don't know if they're looking at anything or what. Yep, they are. I knew there would be an objection.
Against the winner, the 9 unmerited favor. And Kate, we're taking a look. Head on right side, pan left side. There is the slightest of floats over from the 9. I mean, you tell me, do you think this is a 2.5 length interference?
I really don't. I mean,
No way they take this horse down.
whether it was interference at all. I do know that the 9 shifts paths, but I think the 9 was clear.
The 9 just blew the door off.
Happened, and I also don't think that it caused the 11 fleetingly to have to take up. When the 11 takes up, it's because the hole was moving faster than the horse, not because of anything that the 9 did, in my opinion.
Yesterday, we saw an objection in a dirt race, and it seemed very clear that there was nothing really that went on necessarily that was disallowed. But if that was disallowed, I don't know how you could possibly make a change here.
The ISO is the angle that we got to see. Is leaning in and causing that check. I don't. I think that there was a big opening there that the 11 wasn't able to accelerate enough with the 9 to take advantage of. But even on the head-on, I don't see that happening.
And Kirkpacker just
No change?
which
There we go.
I think to your point as well, it's the same thing we talk about holes that open up. You got to have the horse to take you there.
Exactly.
And it's not to say that Fleetingly didn't have to kind of tap on the brakes or whatever it may have been, but she was just out-kicked at that point. So, not really terribly surprised there's no change here, Christina. 9, 11, 8, and 12.
Nothing there. That's good. So, 9-11, 8-12. Put 8 on top. No way. Couldn't imagine that. They would have rioted in Lexington. I mean, it's just hard to... I don't know. I guess you just do it just to see if they move it up, but there was no way. The 8 or the 9 was just moving and the 11 was going the wrong way. Alright, I don't know what's going on with our simulcast feed, if it's just, I don't know. We got too much streaming, I guess. So we're going to the 8th race at Keeneland. 2-year-olds again. Maidens for $110,000. I believe we have 2-year-old colts. Going a mile and 16. So we're going for big distance in here. Number 1, Brave Force, Jack Sisterson, John Velasquez. 179 maiden race came out of on the turf. So switching it up, going long, switching it up to dirt, everything they can, because obviously the horse disappointed. Very interesting. $145,000 purchase for this son by Gunrunner. And here, obviously, they're expecting more out of this horse. I don't know if they're going to get it, though. He's in a pretty good field of horses. Number 2, Ambassador Blue. I do believe, I'll try to scroll back through the chat. Dan was playing this into a pick 3. He was high on number 2, Ambassador Blue. This was just somebody that was on earlier. Not sure if he's still around. But Dan was playing into the 2. I don't know if he's still alive, if he had the 9 or not. But singling the 2 in here that he was doing for a pick 3. If you look at it, number 2, Danny Gargan, Luis Saez, comes out of a maiden, $100,000 level, $200,000 levels. For that first one was beat out by Ted Noffey. Yes, the Ted Noffey that just earned himself some Derby points and a Breeders' Cup entry into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So interesting to see what Ambassador Blue is able to do in here after he got smoked out by Ted Noffey. 3, Highly Connected. This is Matt Williams, Nick Juarez. One that just didn't do much in a $120,000 level, going 7 furlongs. So we'll be stretching out to going over a mile. Chad Brown, Flavion Pratt has Alguero, the 4. Went 6.5 furlongs first ask at Saratoga, $100,000 level. Another big ask here, another one that's going to be stepping to a little bit further distance. But Chad Brown's usually pretty good at that, 22%, going from a sprint to a route. 5, Super Caliber, Mark Casse, Tyler Gaffleone. Enough said there. He's just not on his game right now. Number 6, Timberline, Kenny McPeak, Emmanuel Esquivel, 16-1 by Uncle Mo. Bags and Flowers are the owners in here. $300,000 purchase with the pedigree of Uncle Mo. Right? Yeah, that does it all, pretty much. 14% on the debuts from the sire. 0 for 7 on the dam side, though. However, could possibly got 4 total wins outside of that first-time start. 13% success rate when debuting en route, so this one could be a good show bet in here. However, the jockey's only 2 for the last 9. 7, Beale Street Boy, Ben Colbert, Luann Machado, $118,000 level, maiden last time out. Did go a mile and 16th on the slop, so one that has been running this distance, so that could kind of play factor into this one just because he's familiar with the longer routes. Number 8, kind of favorite right now, 5-2, Brad Cox. Spendthrift Farm, Further Ado, Irad Ortiz. Another one that's going to be stretching out to a distance in here. But Brad Cox, again, 38% when stretching horses out. Another one by Gunrunner, $550,000 purchase. I don't see this time. Last Behind a Winner who returned to boost his buyer. Mom and 3 siblings were debut winners, and this guy's barn is great with debuters. So there you go. All siblings, for Further Ado, has won out of this Gunrunner Sky Dreamer mixed. So take into note if this one can run big. Obviously, this one didn't, but the expectations are all there. That's why we're getting 5-2. 9, Tis Authority, Chris Hartman, Edgar Morales. This one by Tis the Law, $825,000 purchase. Just ungodly amount of money. First outing, 4th. Ran second. I think it was, what did it say? The first outing, the only returnee ran second on Monday at Indiana. So I think it was Circle Tap ran second at Indiana. So this one could be a play for early speed. Look at that big early speed number for Tis Authority. 10-1. Just these big route races, it's tough to get out early and wire the field. 11, Vino Vici. Another one that's interesting, Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz. I believe this is Pletcher's kind of first runner on the day. Irad definitely comes off of this one. So Jose gets the mount here. This one is also going to be stretching out. So rightfully so, we see Ortiz jump aboard. Runners coming out of the August 23rd. Ran 1 and 2 at Belmont Saturday. So again, that last race was a big race. Both Big Dom and Dr. Kipper ran back last Saturday and ran big at Belmont. So kind of watch for that. This one could be one that steps forward as well. Apollo 11, number 12, Norm Cass with Florent Giroux. Disappointing first start. Obviously going 6 furlongs. Not sure where this one goes next. Kind of got pinched at the start, so rightfully so. This one should bounce back and run better than an 8th place finish. 5 for the last 18, going sprint to route for Norm Cassie in the second start. So that's a really good statistic right now. We'll see if that kind of helps out Apollo 11. And the drawing in federal agent Bobby Barnett, Adam Biscuitza, the Biscuit Man, comes in with 1 by Constitution for Blackwood Don. I don't know, mile 16th last time out, so that kind of helps. Did have Irad Ortiz aboard and was pretty heavily bet. So watch this one, 33-1 on one that's getting its 4th start that has ran over a mile several times and was heavily bet in the last 2 races. So kind of interesting there that the horse took some money and is a big price right now at 33-1, probably just because of the class of the field. The new barn, Bobby Barnett, Ofer, hasn't won yet. 7 chances so far, first off the claim. So kind of one that just struggles, so we'll see. That's why we're getting 33-1, if not higher odds on federal agent. So another, fantastic betting race. Right now you got the 11 and the 2 kind of are the ones that are getting a lot of talk in here. You got Luis Saez on Ambassador Blue. This was, like I said, somebody in the chat earlier, Dan was on this one, singling. And then you have a couple, Chad Brown, Alguero, the 4, Kenny McPeak sends in number 6, Timberline, and Further Ado, Brad Cox, obviously the Spendthrift horse, with Irad Ortiz by Gunrunner, looks phenomenal. The 11, Vino Vici, 7-2 for Todd Pletcher. Jose will get them out. And then Apollo 11, Norm Cass, Florent Giroux should make an improvement off of that 8th place run. Norm Cass usually does a little bit better on second starts, especially routes or sprints to routes, to take note of that as well. Really wide open field. Another great betting race for sure. A couple new trainers. Matt Williams is a new one that I haven't heard of. And the one on the bottom down here, Bobby Barnett. Have not heard of Bobby Barnett either. So, great race setting up for these 2-year-old maidens. Likely, I don't know. You could see maybe one of these horses run back in a Derby race. Like I said, one of them did run against Ted Nafi, the 2, Ambassador Blue, and was beat out there. Some big purchase prices on these horses as well. So if they're going to spend money, that they have big expectations going into their 3-year-old season for a lot of these horses, especially on the route side of things. So just maybe take notes of these runners to see where they kind of point to next. All right, we still got 16 minutes, so we still have plenty of time. So let me know in the chat if there's a specific horse you want to take a closer look at, or what you're thinking as far as your betting. right, everybody must be pondering their picks. I like it. A lot of gun runners in here. I think we have 3. The 1 is out of gun runner. The 5, the 8. I think that was it. Yeah, 3 of them out of gun runner. So if you could bet which sire wins this race, gun runner would be the wise choice, with 3 chances in here, and 2 of them pretty much being close to favorites. If you look at workouts, nothing really sticks out as being off the charts. Everybody's kind of running about the same. 5, Super Caliber has 4 furlongs and 48-2. That looks pretty good. He's got a 47-2 back in August. That looked really well. Definitely has some really good speeds. Again, I don't know. Tyler Gaffalione has just... he's not there today, or he's not been there since. The 4, Bill Street Boy, has a really good work. Last out 4 furlongs and 47. Another one that looks pretty quick. We got the 12, Apollo 11. Yes, James, I was really considering this horse. I like the statistic of Normcast. 5 for 18 going sprints to routes on his second start. Fleuron Giroux, just another one that's been quiet. Obviously, the horse is better than an 8th place finish. So I think this one could run back pretty well. Here, we're getting 22-1, though. Obviously, there's something that they don't like. Probably the pedigree. Maybe it's the stretch out. Maybe there's just, I don't know. He got pinched at the start, and he was able to move up. So that, that's always something to look at of how the horses come out of the gate. So if he had a bad start, obviously he could run really well, or he should run better than an 8th place finish. Ambassador Blue has some of the faster speeds. Again, goes from turf to dirt. The pedigree, Charlatan, $200,000 purchase. Gonna have to beat out the gun runners, though. I like that we're getting 6-1 on this horse. Dan was on this horse earlier today, so interesting there too. The pedigrees all over the board just look phenomenal. I think sticking with this 12. Oops, I think we're in race 7. No, we're in race 8. Yeah. Danny Gargan, though, struggled, but he only has 2 races at Keeneland. Two, 7, 6, 8, 9. 2, 7, 6, 8, 9. Nice. Good luck, Dan. That's what I've been telling everybody. I knew you were in here, or you was in here, that you were pretty high on the 2, so we talked about it. I'm sure you caught it where he ran against Ted Nafi in his first outing. So that should be very interesting to see if he can bounce back. And then the last race, it says awkward stride. Probably didn't want the turf, so we're going back to the dirt. Love all the angles on the 2 horse, and we're getting really good odds right now at 6-1. 7 is improving. Yeah, definitely 7's going in the right direction with Luis Machado, especially going on the slop and finishing 3rd. And, looks to be getting better. That last workout looks pretty tough, too. That 4 furlongs, 47-4, the 4th fastest of the day, September 27th. Does have a little bit of, early speed to hang with them. So, yes, definitely the 7 could be very sneaky in here as well. Pedigree, Street Sense, the Damn Side Flattering Bay by Flatter, owned by Midway Racing. Yes. Good catch on that one, James, of the improvements. I think the way it goes right now, the 9 looks to be the early speed. I don't know what the 6 is going to do. The 9 is going to go, and I think the 2 and what else were we just talking about? The 2 and the 7 and maybe the 11 kind of sit off the pace. Then you got your closers. The 12 should close. I don't know. Where was my other closer? The 5 should close. And the 1 may throw a wrench and be a closer. Saez, sweet spot. Inside post, yeah. Yeah, and the good thing there, he doesn't have... There's no speed to his inside. And the speed to his outside is probably not until the 7 or the 9. So, yeah, Saez has all that inside room. Probably 7 gates to just do whatever he wants with the horse and just get a comfortable lead or get a comfortable spot. So, yeah, I'm 100% with you on that one, Dan, of he's in a great spot here. It's just, this is a long-ass race. He's going back to the dirt. I do like that Saez was on him before, so he kind of should have things figured out. And again, he's sitting there just like chill at 6-1. Like, that's just perfect. Like, he's not taking money. He's not burning money either, where he's not getting touched. So it's kind of leveling off pretty good for the number 2. Again, he's got to go against the Brad Cox horse. He's got to go against the Pletcher horse. But in these type of long-ass races, like, absolutely, anything can happen. Gave him plenty of rest coming back in here. Gargan usually hits at 22%, so that's a perfect angle. I just don't know. Like, this Chad Brown horse, the 4, Alguero, 16-1, not taking any money. I'm guessing because it just didn't do anything in the first ask, going 6.5, so maybe the horse doesn't want this distance. Does get blinkers on, though. Chad Brown putting the blinkers on is 29%. So that could be very interesting. Again, Sprinter Rowdy's 22%. So this is a good angle again for Chad Brown. With blinkers, going extra distance, 2-year-olds, all that stuff. On the number 4 horse, too. I mean, you can make a case for a lot of these. It's just obviously coming down to which one are we going to go with? We put a $10 show bet on number 12. It's Combo Kentucky. Yeah, the 7 too. That's the one we were. James just pointed out, the improvements on the 7 with Colebrook and Machado. Again, comes off the slops. Should get a clean go at it here. He's improving. Colebrook with 2-year-olds, 17%. He does get blinkers added as well, so we're getting a lot of blinkers added on some of these younger horses. So just a phenomenal field. Hopefully we can get the feed up. There we go.
For sale is stretching out for first start number 2.
Scratch the 10, the 11, Gino Vici, 5-2 right there battling with Further Ado. Todd Pletcher is 62% at the meet.
What a meet he's having. The number 12, Apollo 11, long shot at 25-1. Another one stretching out in the air. 8th in his debut, beat 7 lengths at Churchill, going 6 furlongs.
The 14 does draw in from the also eligibles. Adam Beschizza rides. Horse is moving up off the claim and would have to improve a lot, but he does have the advantage of starts around 2 turns.
There's the field for race number 8. You have 5 minutes to get your wagers in the FanDuel Racing app. Andy B. and Cohn standing by the connections of number 12.
Frank and Tyler from Small Batch Thoroughbred send out the number 12, Apollo 11. I see you guys have a really big crowd out here with you today. I know you own a part of Apollo 11 with Small Batch, but tell me about your other syndicate and all the people you have out today.
Live Like Tom Racing. Our friend Thomas Goodwillie Hodges, who passed away from ALS in May, one of our best friends, or April, one of our best friends. We named a horse Goodwillie after him, who'll be working out tomorrow. And Apollo 11, he's been working well, and we're so excited. It's just unbelievable to be able to remember Tom like this and to just spirit is here with us, and we can't wait to see Apollo 11 run.
So you guys are all out here today and trying to raise awareness for ALS.
We are, and we felt like this was a good way to do it, and it's, there's nothing more exciting in this sport. We've got some rookies here with us. We're hoping to really bring some magic today, and we hope that kind of spreads the word, and people see us and recognize what this is about, spread a good word for ALS.
A little bit of a fun fact, I actually have been getting on Good Willie all summer for Norm, so really nice to make that connection, and wow, what a great namesake. But best of luck to you both and the whole partnership in here, and thank you for what you've been doing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Here's a horse you can root for, the 12 Apollo 11. Best of luck to the connection. Small batch thoroughbreds. Norm Cassie does the training here at 24-1. Tough outer draw in here, guys, but
is going to be in his wheelhouse by Thrilling Candy, but you said it, though, Matt, that outside post, especially going to Smile in a 16, that's a really...
Yeah, the 12's a feel-good story. I just made sure to put my extra $10 on it. Stormcat, $10 on the 4 to show. Alguero, yeah, I don't know. That's Chad Brown, Flavion Pratt. You got to try something there. Just wild.
Really nice coat. I love when they kind of keep their head like that, warming up by himself out there.
you got an outside draw, Joe. I mean, is it as simple as you got to kind of see what the horse does? If the horse doesn't have any speed, so be it. Or regardless of the scenario, are you going to be a little bit more aggressive, just knowing that you're probably hung wide no matter what? You don't want to be hung 4 wide.
I mean, I think from the 9-hole out, unless you just break terribly slow, you have to be somewhat aggressive, because if you're anywhere 4 or 5 wide or in the first turn, I mean. That's why I think it's advantageous when even with Vino Vici, even though he's drawn way outside, he was in front in his first start, won 6 furlongs. So I think that's actually going to help him to get some kind of forward position early on to where it's not 4 or 5 wide.
You see Alguero, they're warming up and looking really pretty good on the track at 15-1, and the stat for trainer Chad Brown.
Andy B standing by, 2 minutes until race number 8. Who do we like?
Matt, I'm just not overly impressed with our favorites. I'm taking price horses in here.
We got 20 to win on number 2. $10 on the 4 to show Alguero. Big backing on the 2.
Absolutely relish 2 turns. Every time he works,
We also went with the 2. We have a win wager on the 2 as well. Just for Dan tipping that one out.
All right, Andy, I like it. Sounds good. We've got some big prices.
Try to beat the favorites in here with the 8
Race number 8 is their approach
and the
to
11.
starting gate. I thought it was a very difficult race, guys, to make truly heads or tails of. Joe, where did you go?
I went with Ambassador Blue, making career start number 3. I just go back to that last race, even though it was on turf. It was a mile in the 16th. I like the fact that he transitioned from his first start, went 6.5, and ran a really good race. Led the whole way, got beat 4.5 lengths, finishing 4th. And you said it earlier on, his first race ran into Ted Noppy, which, I mean, nothing wrong with that. So really good run line there. So I know there is some other speed in there. Quite a few horses are stretching out for the
John Velasquez, Ramon. 2 win place show, $5 box, 2, 7, 8.
I went to the 11 Vino Vici, and I think that
Try
horse
this
I'm
one,
most
looks nice.
concerned about is right there
Yeah.
with the 8 further.
Somebody said John Velasquez, so watch out for him on the rail.
So somebody certainly could take a big step forward here.
I went to the 2 Ambassador Blue, maybe as a wider threat, but to Caden's point, if you've got a number of stretch-out sprinters, maybe this thing heats up a little bit more than I was anticipating. A lukewarm favorite nonetheless. I keep saying it, but I mean it. Today genuinely could be a day that is a life changer for some of you. If you're alive in this pick 6, we're only halfway home and it's been chaos. Spencer has a co-favorite right now. With the 8 further ado, the co-favorite alongside
Gabriel put $300 on number 8.
for Calumet. Find out how race number 8 unfolds. Kurt Becker's on the mic. It's live on FanDuel TV. Best of luck.
We got trifectas, exactas all over the board.
Federal agent will be the last one. Here's Timberline. Last one walking up. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. Further ado comes out running for the lead. Brave Force is there to the inside, and Ambassador Blue is also up close. There's Tis Authority toward the outside. Vino Vici on the extreme outside as they head into the first turn. He is 5th here in the opening strides. Brave Force moves up the rail, takes the lead from Further Ado, who's second up on the outside by half length. Ambassador Blue will go third, highly connected. 4th, Vino Vici. 5th up on the outside, Tis Authority, a lane off the rail around the first turn. And 6th, Apollo 11 is 7th on his outside, running 5 lengths off the lead. At a gap of 2 more lengths to Algaro, who travels 8th inside of Federal. 0.17 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Brave Force leading Further Ado by 3/4 of a length. Midpoint of the backstretch, Ambassador Blue is racing at third, 3 lengths off the lead. Third by just a neck. Vino Vici is 4th up on the outside. Apollo 11 a wide 5th to the far turn. And then highly connected comes next. It was 47.1 for the first half mile. Tis Authority is still running 7 lengths off the lead. Here's Further Ado. Takes aim midway on the far turn and comes after the lead and has the lead now by a neck. Further Ado takes the lead by 3/4 of a length. Brave Force is second toward the inside, 1/4 mile to go, gap of 5 lengths. Vino Vici is racing along in the 3rd position. Apollo 11 is 4th, but 8 lengths off the lead as they turn into the short stretch. Then Ambassador Blue, Tis Authority is still far back. Algaro, a dozen lengths from the lead. And in the meantime, Further Ado is kicking on into the final furlong. 8 lengths.
Wow.
Good. Vino Vici a distant second, now to Brave Force in 3rd. It is Further Ado, well in front of the field. Iran Ortiz Jr.
Damn, he's still gunning him.
Wins it. It was Vino Vici who was across the line in the 2nd position, and then further back came Algaro, who made up a lot of ground, followed.
How the hell do the 2 favorites win that type of race?
You're not going to see an easier victory, probably all meet long here, than what you just saw from the 8 Further Ado guys, who would look like at the top of the lane, maybe ready for a bit of a slugfest. Instead, Kate, not only does he win, I mean, what's the mark?
Shit. Y'all better put that one in your barns.
All of a sudden, when he kicks into gear, and Joe, that's when you see a 2-turn horse that's a true 2-turn horse. He just turns it on to another gear.
I mean, the last 16th, it looked like a turf sprint the way he was trying out. Matt, I think you could count to what, 4?
It might be 20.
Or 5.
It might.
Damn. That's a good gun runner right there. I don't know if that horse could go run in the Derby or what, but shit. At least go try to get some Derby points, because that was a feat. An absolute feat. Just blew him away. Holy cow. Nice pick for Gabriel. We got the exacta, and he put 300 on the 8. Well done. I think it was 8-11. Too faded. I don't think he wants any of that distance. Mini flight line. That was, yeah. That was pretty wild. Did the 4 get up there? I don't know. They switched their feed. Their feed went over to Santa Anita. Oops. Yeah, 811, 412. It's crazy. 811. I just needed a price. One price underneath. Bad beat. Bad beat. Better write that one down. Because he's going to be running some route races later. Go put him in your... If you use Equibase, you could like store horses in the barn. Or stable. Go put that one in your stable so you know when he runs again. Because that was pretty good. Pretty good. Oh yeah, he definitely, like, he just gassed him out to the stretch too. We probably won't see that horse run again until probably next year, just because he pushed him all the way. Like, love to see that one come back in like January, February, for a, like I said, I don't know. I guess you could run him, put him in a Derby prep. I mean, he's been ran at Saratoga. I mean, he could easily run in the bluegrass. Not from a, I guess, Spendthrift. They could put him anywhere really. But I think he could be very dangerous. I don't know if it shows me the times on here or not. Don't go to Oakland. Well, this still says race off. I don't know. I'll have to see. Yeah, they're still loading them. They don't have. I don't know. He may. I just feel like since he's at Keeneland, he could stay for the bluegrass easily. And that's, that would be, I mean, he doesn't need all that time. He could go to the wood. Hell, this could be a horse that we see at Belmont or we see in the Preakness as well. But definitely, I mean, just wow. I don't know if maybe they're showing a replay. I might be able to pull it up. Oh, yeah. I mean, Brad Cox, Spendthrift. Yeah, he's definitely a stakes runner. So they ran the half in 47 and 10. That's pretty good. He really wasn't moving there. He still had the 1 on his outside. Oh, I bet he'll have the highest speed figure of the day easily. And then as soon as they come out of the turn, he just blew away. And then he, like James said, he was just gunning him the entire stretch. 3/4 pole, 1:11. A mile and 1:37. I don't have the final time. Still don't have the final time. 1:43 and 50. So final time was 1:43.52. I mean, track record is 1:43 or 1:41, so he was 2 seconds off the track record. But just, yeah, goosing him the whole way. All right, grade 2 Sycamore on the turf. The highlight of the card. Whoops. Yeah, that's true. All right. There's our picks for the Sycamore. Unfortunately, we got to go. We cannot finish out the card for Keeneland, but we may be back at it tomorrow. A lot of stakes races as well for Saturday. So we appreciate everybody hanging out with us, watching, wagering, hopefully winning. But we're kind of finishing it up here with number 6, Desvio, to round out the Sycamore for race 9. $20 a show on number 6, and that will conclude our live stream for Keeneland, October 10th. Thank you, everyone.